do you like them?
Really good. What's the prices?
The highest one's $25 for 10,000 of their in-game currency, which I'm currently out of 4K out of 10K, and then it's another $11 to get another 10K, or you can do less, which isn't bad.
How many of their currency, or if you've done like the dollar conversion rate, like how much is it for like a rendered photo like that of that quality?
For the quality ones, like I think like once Crick sits back, he can show you when I made them today. I spent about $2 making. I mean, not even $2 really. I'd say more like $1.25. Making one for his stream avatar that we basically together went through and let him pick some stuff, and I gave him I think a total of 6 different renders that all were fairly. Let me look back in our DMs so I can see them.
Nice.
One,
Yeah,
two, three,
it's really
four.
cost effective.
Yeah, very cost effective, and that one's better than the Mid-Journey one in my opinion. I'm live, by the way.
Yeah.
Hello,
Welcome.
Golden. Speaking of, Golden's one of the ones that's been checking out some of my new stuff. I saw him on the recent ones, and then
Hello, Golden.
and I'm playing with a couple different styles. I really like the one I made for that one where we went out on the night and I got the hat. I actually love that one. That's so good.
Right.
But although I seem to get a lot more people commenting on the one that's like of a more playful kind of Harley Quinn style, the most recent one.
Mm-hmm.
Most recent new one.
You were like,
Kinda grinning.
No, I was thinking of Deckel's page. I just looked up.
I saw Deckel's one with the 3. Golden's addicted to both novel AI and Twitter. Yeah, I'm enjoying how much people enjoy them, so that makes me happy that people like them. Haven't got anyone. Ooh, Stormy, thank you for the subscription. A little dancing emote. Is that Caramel dancing? Is that what he's doing?
That's that's one of my friends' animated emotes. He's a VTuber DJ.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Also, what also, Golden? Oh, I have some heartburn. I might need to go get some milk. Yeah, novel AI is worth it. That's what we were just talking about. But there are lower tiers too, Stormy. You can just, if you have any level of the paid tier, you can buy the currency, which is, I think, the same currency rate. Which also, I mean, honestly, might be more efficient. Just because, like, the other features, like, I do like the writing one, and I did find out that their forum has, like, rules for the systems, and you can basically make it play. I was talking to Stormy about it too as we went live, Golden. So I'm kind of talking to you both. But the was able to give it the rules for Pathfinder, and it actually had me roll stats, and we started playing, which I was like, this can do that. That's amazing. Like,
Nice.
it basically like was like, okay, well, how do you want to roll stats? And I'm like, all right, so it's cool. I mean, which I thought was pretty nice. It does take up some of your space for characters because it can only remember so many characters. But I mean, if you're at the highest tier, that amount is like 5,000 characters.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's a lot.
It basically has a lore book that every character you make with a name will basically go in there, but every chapter of rules counted as a lore entry. So there are 12 chapters in Pathfinder, so it counted as 12 characters. But that was easy.
Yeah. That's not bad. Yeah.
Combat was a little wonky. I don't know how well it's going to do that because people seem to skip their turns, but it seemed to be trying to aim for more of a cinematic experience.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I mean, Golden, that might be because it also I know Midjourney uses Google. It Googles whatever you tell it, and so if it used their username and there's anything connecting their username to their real life self, like if that's their username on something else where they have like a real life picture, then I'm just saying if they could ever link it to that, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that me and Deco were very cautious when we made our VTuber ones to make sure that at least as much as we could to start, that the names were separate. At least mine. I think Deckel's is a bit more.
I've used mine for a long time, so it's possible. But
I'm back and on air.
Hello, welcome.
So I could pay $2 and get an instantly rendered piece of AI art, or I could pay $0 and wait 2 days and force my SO to give me art.
There you go.
I mean, and also if you're not using from a picture or doing major ones, you can also get single ones for free. It's just then you're kind of crap shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they don't have access to the Patreon, Golden. I'm just I'm just saying, keep in mind that these AIs do utilize those resources. They also use learning if they've heard it from anywhere else. Because like I was showing Crix how like if I use the same taglines I used on a picture that we were using to try to make him, it came out. It looked like actually my most recent one that I put on Twitter, the one with the grin, but like it actually was this like weird one where I was dressed more like a cowboy akin to Associate Goblin, and it was just from it was extrapolating with Bolt, even though it had no intel from the other than the fact that the taglines were similar. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, and I had giant bat ears, which didn't really make sense.
I showed you the cowboy one I rendered, right?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
Me? Yeah, you did.
Oh, I showed it to you. Okay. I gotta show it to Cursive.
Awesome.
But they're fun. The very first two I made were particularly luscious. I'm trying to get back to that mark, but it's a little hard to make all of them that way.
Yeah, I did. It was a couple days ago.
Oh, was it? Okay. Okay. But if you guys are ready, I can switch over my screen to the crawl, and then we can do more of the downtime stuff before you get really rolling with that.
Sure.
Yep.
Because then you'll know. So, I am going to enable... Is everyone... I'm going to put it on for the stream, obviously, and we're going to turn down my exterior music. Obviously, this section probably gets a bit blank, but so do what you will for your streams for that. If you want to put them on pause or if you want to show it, by all means. Otherwise, I will stream to Discord so you guys get a better one for yourselves.
Yeah, I'll be right there, dude. It's fine. Chat, don't tell on me.
Go capture 3. You guys. Alright, and then I'll put this up in Discord. So this is more just me talking through it. Okay. Let me know when all of you are in.
I am in.
Goblin Deckle.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm hitting it. That way.
Let's see, I'll read it out since you guys can't see it. Star Wars.
Copyright.
Dawn of Defiance. Episode 5. The First to Strike. It is a time of rebellion in the galaxy. Members of the Alderaanian resistance have won a major victory against the Empire, and more battles are close at hand. The Empire's mistreatment of
It's lagging a little.
non-humans
Don't know why it is.
continues throughout the galaxy as Wookiees, Mon Calamari, and other species are forced to work as slaves on Imperial projects.
I apologize for the lag.
Fucking slavers.
Aboard the Resurgence, Master Dinia has peered into the Force and discovered another group of oppressed beings, one who might hold the key to unlocking the mystery of the Sarlacc project. Alright, there you go. Sorry I couldn't show it, but I don't have it as a display capture.
Oh,
Cut off a little early before we get to the Death Star, but yeah.
So dope.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the Nebulan B frigate that you've been going to that keeps meeting you in deep space.
Yeah.
Okay.
So dope. So cool.
Get down with the dopeness.
Also, Golden, I'm happy that you made a new friend through those. Excellent.
Yeah.
So yes, any other downtime things we need to say? I know we're in the midst of talking about those. Oh, we got a roll for Jordy McDroid Face, which is going to come down to a mechanics roll from our resident expert.
Also, money.
Imali?
Yeah, I don't believe we got paid for completion.
Oh, let me go back to that other book and I'll see. Yeah, because I did promise you payment. I was so busy looking at what you get paid for the next one, I forgot about the Amali.
Imale?
Ricky never misses the Amali. That's facts.
Absolute facts.
You would sooner forget to breathe. Alright, let's go.
I am caught up on loot list though. Just double check to make sure.
Get up, get down with the sickness.
Bam bam. Bam bam. Bam bam. There's Mandalorian remix going on right now.
I had a tail. That's just what it sounded like you were doing.
You know that noise from now? There it is. Okay. I was about to say who can do it the best.
Not me.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, I like Deckle. Deckle's is pretty solid.
That was pretty good.
Wow.
Wow. Wee wee.
I had a golden and cursive chat.
Ooh woo.
Demons.
Ooh woo, ooh,
Mom,
ooh.
don't do it again, Uwu. Don't be a good boy, Uwu.
Okay.
We all have 100 stream currency on associates, right?
Huh? Oh, of his?
Yeah, we should all just spam buying him. There we go. And then we can start.
Okay. Yep. So it looks like it was for 3,000 credits total, not each, but still. So that would be another 3,000 credits there. Plus, you did get some stuff you had looted from inside the Jedi Temple.
So that's 750 each. Is that right?
Checking. Yeah, 750.
Not quite the payout, but it's not quite the winning a giant tournament level.
Right.
Well, also, we leveled up twice, so like,
Yeah,
That's the jackpot, right?
that's the truth, man.
Oh, but I was going to look up one thing, because for Deco, I know that I had spoken about it a bit at the end, but we were kind of running out the end. Let me
Oh,
get
yeah.
back to Echoes. The two forms, you guys do get one thing, you do get an extra feat, because you got the holocron as well as the extra level. So, and in the case of anyone who either, if you can, just like when you rescued Denia the first time, as well as anyone, you can take Force sensitivity out of it, which then, after that, any other further jumps like this, you could then select a Force power if you like, because basically you're getting enough connection with the Jedi that you can start getting connected. Understand that there are bad guys, like if you deal with more Inquisitors, they like Draco did get bonuses against anyone who had Force sensitivity, but luckily he never actually directly attacked Miria, so it didn't end up coming up. But in any case, went to the back of the book and realized that I don't need to go to the back of the book because the master's earlier. You can always hear me correct about this. I swear to God, it's never ending. I swear, when I put my book together, it's gonna like, here's the relevant data. You don't need to go to the back for it.
Right. At least have a quick guide if you have to reference multiple places or something.
Yeah, like I put it on the back, maybe like that's actually a good idea. Put it on the back and just for like a quick reference, if you want to just look over them quickly. But
Oh my god, I almost forgot that we all nearly died. So like,
Oh,
Every
yeah.
one of us.
we're good though now, right? Like we're back to max. Like,
yeah, this will be this is a couple weeks later, so you do have some more time again. Okay, so Dekel, for yours, the two that you'd be able to select from the holocron, because you have the holocron, and because number one, Vin Thorla's holocron gives you access to these as a teacher, and because you normally you'd have to fetch somebody to practice with who also knows them, but because you also talked with and got his apprentice with you, she could also help you practice. The two of them are Juyo and Sarezu.
Oh, good.
You,
Those are
yeah.
talents, right?
Yes. Those are they're force tech or they're technically talents, yes.
Those are
You'll be able
amazing.
to train those. Yeah, they're both very, very good. You can only use one style at a time unless you have the ability to one of the master abilities that lets you use two. But still, it's worth having multiple.
You know what? Is it like a swift action to switch, or?
I think it's just you just choose which one you're selecting at your turn. And it's active till your next turn.
Okay.
I believe. I'll have to check the entries. Which I can do. One second here. Suyo. Oh, it's Juyo. What am I doing? Like, why is it not coming up? Because I typed it wrong.
Oh, you've disabled the Vine spam.
So, once per encounter, you can spend a force point as a swift action to designate a single opponent in your line of sight. For the remainder of the encounter, you may reroll your first attack roll each round against that opponent, keeping the better of 2. So, very good for Juyo.
Mhm.
Very good for aggression. Keep in mind that one does have a prerequisite of BAB 10, so... Sorezu requires that you have block or deflect, and then it just allows you to reroll and use the force check when using block or deflect.
Hey Stormy, is there like a cooldown on my oh my god Vine spam?
Yes, so when I click for it to be used, it usually has a cooldown of like 35 seconds or so.
Oh, weird. I thought I turned that off. Thank you.
Otherwise, if there are other force tech, you can take a force technique out of it, Deckle. This is just the free one you get, otherwise you have to spend a normal class one for it.
Mhm.
Or you can take a force technique, or you can take a force power, as long as it's one you normally qualify for. But to anyone who doesn't want to go the force route, it can still give you a normal feat.
Just any old normal feat.
As long as you qualify for it.
Oh my god.
Everybody's like, yes.
Holy shit. What have you done?
I
Wait,
will
what happened?
tell you, because you got the holocron, the added bonus to that is you're getting a feat out of it. If you don't want to take one of the force ones, you do get the better, rarer techniques because you did a Jedi thing. Jedi things pay in Jedi things. So you could take like force sensitivity, and then that means the next time one of these comes up, you might get those, or you could go for just another feat. I will point out that if your character dies, this bonus is based on these characters doing it. It won't go on the next one, so you won't inherit it.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I just want to say that there is a feat that I qualify for that I was thinking about taking, but I decided not to, and then I re-looked up what it means to get dark side points, and I can have up to 9.
I mean, there are some
might
things
get-
with dark side. Yeah.
I might take this feat because I qualify for it, right? Because I've got the 1 dark side point. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably a good thing I didn't realize I could have up to 9, because I probably would have been a lot more of an evil asshole. But now that means I get to do at least 8 more funny murders, so that's gonna be good. Hopefully. Yeah, let's do this.
Some random person replied to my Twitter post for the promo for the stream. Just all caps, the prequels suck ass. That's all it says. What the fuck?
Also, when Golden gets back, I need to let him know that I do plan to make more redeems. I asked my chat before what they wanted to do, and it's just been me thinking. I do have a couple I need to implement, but I also want to make some for the games, so basically like let them spawn things the next thing for you.
That's such a cool idea.
I was thinking if I utilize the the poll mechanic, and I could actually put like a couple ones up there and let people vote.
Oh yeah.
You guys.
So I can't use the force unless I have
Force sensitivity.
Okay, never mind.
Which you can take.
Yeah, but yeah, this is a pretty fun. Darth Ricky is hilarious.
You know what? I found one which isn't really too useful in the grand scheme of things. It is useful, like there are better feats for me to get, but I think it goes really well with his character.
Yeah.
It's Rapport, which is grant an additional +2 bonus when using aid another action.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I think that goes
That's
really
okay.
well with Null.
Very much.
I think I might grab that.
All right. But otherwise, I think we'll look to the mechanics roll for Ricky to see if we get Jordy McDroidface repaired.
May I assist?
Yeah, you guys may assist. Being as it's something that you could potentially, if you waited till you got to the resurgence, you could potentially. No, because it's something you could fail, so take 20 is not possible, but you could take 10 if you really are intending to.
Can I use computer for this?
I would say I would allow you to use computer for the purposes of saving him. I would say that it would probably be a mechanic roll for either repairing or getting him in a new body, but that one's less necessary. You know, it's like if it's still him, it's like, yeah, you already rehoused him once. But yeah,
we can use computer for his personality.
yeah, to basically maintain his personality core.
Okay. I'm gonna start with use computer then.
I'll stack one coordinate if associate aids.
29.
Do I have to use computer to assist? I suppose
Yeah,
that-
I'd allow mechanic, but
Okay, I'm gonna use mechanics. I don't have to use computer. I'm not so trained in it. 21.
You gain a +1 on play for 22.
You don't get to die here, droidy. I like to imagine Droidy McDroidface is chilling in like droid heaven, and then just like he looks over and it's Ricky and Kresh, and they're both dressed up like like Keanu Reeves from fucking Cyberpunk. And it's just like, wake up, Droidy McDroidface. Rip it back to reality.
Rip 'em back.
and now you just made me now think of the what's his face of the wake up, Mr. Freeman, wake up and smell the ashes. I just said, oh my god. Okay.
Does anybody else like the March of the Resistance song? I'm telling you, that shit is so good.
Yeah, that shit's good. Okay, let me see. There they are. Okay. So this one was also going to be a progression because you passed to 8 and 9 for this one, and that is going to be enough that you managed to recover his sentience and get it into a little chip before you managed to find and probably not repair that body. It's probably, I mean, that one got kind of bisected by a lightsaber, so probably finding yet another chassis. But at least still the rebellion's happy to try to help you in that regard. Are you going to be aiming for another astromech? Because the reason I asked this is because one thing I was going to progress the story with in this one, in the case of what are we saying, DMDF?
Droidy McDroidface, yeah.
Yeah, DMDF, yeah.
That's it. Is that R2D2? DM, or was it D squared MF? I don't know.
D squared, motherfucker.
His name is colloquially known as D squared MF.
D squared, motherfucker. Just that. He's now firing all gun. Never mind. So.
All rise, motherfucker.
It's really up to Ricky as to like what chassis he's looking for. I'll assist him because like
the point of what. Sorry, I kind of lingered there because heartburn, but what I was going to ask is because this one I was going to adjust Droidy for one thing and just kind of treat it as kind of like how I said it in the beginning. It's kind of like a group leadership, but he's following Ricky for flavor. In this case, I was going to advance it a bit because he's experienced death to a degree, and now it's basically come back. So I was going to say as part of the repairs, you find that you have to basically install a better processor, i.e., basically moving off basic to heuristic. If you don't know heuristic, basically it means that it's the level that basically like R2 and C3PO and HK47 have, where basically it allows them a level of self-actualization. It also means that I'm going to be using the hero rules to actually let Droid Big Droid Face be more than just a little gimmick.
Nice.
So he's actually going to have class levels. He's going to have levels, but he's not going to be as leveled as you guys. So he's basically kind of like a leadership cohort. But at the same time means that he's going to actually be far more capable. So I'm going to build him up, which does mean it's worth considering other chassis, but there are plenty of other ones there. And also if you like him as an astromech, then astromech away. But
what was the chassis thing that you and I were talking about beforehand, where it was like an upgraded version of? Or no, that was with his old chat. We were gonna upgrade his old chassis.
Well, I mean that was a replacement because I was talking about right now. You have him basically with a couple R2 equipments, but you have him in an R3 chassis. Getting an R2 chassis would give him the ability to use like what R2D2 had with like the rocket launchers and shit. They had a lot more stuff, but it basically lowers some of their other ones because it's basically just they're an earlier one. Because R4 is a higher model, but R4 is also has its own flaws. Otherwise, though, when you're making these, you do also get the selections of other droid, because like the droids actually get to pick their chassis. So like the droid systems, they have to pick when they're making the character, which I'll handle this in between sessions pretty much, and I'll build them up. It's just a big thing I need to know is what chassis you're going to put him in, because that determines that. Basically, what that means is what size. Like if you guys are wanting him to go melee, consider large, because large would give him a sizable, big, fat, ability to beat things up. Battled. Like you get some special stats for which role he's catered for, which I'll basically put on what you guys intend for him to do. If you want him to be well-rounded, I could do that, but that also changes his ability scores.
I don't want to change him too much. I really liked him as an R2,
which is fine. R3. That means we go with an astromech.
Yeah, I enjoyed him being an astromech, just a mouthy little astromech.
It is pretty funny.
It's fucking hilarious.
Which means he'll actually have the full astromech package after this point too.
Does Saga Edition have a version of Vicious Mockery?
No.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it does mean at this point he'll have magnetic feats at least, and then he'll have the additional ones, and then this will probably be actually them like just because I'm letting them pay for it. In this case, not making you guys pay for repairing him so much, since as basically the rebellion helping out. So it's like this one I was going to actually upgrade him to R2 for this, which means he'll have the full selection of gear ones, but you will probably have to still get the actual modules when they come up.
Sure.
But does mean he has wheeled and walking. Does mean he's going to be a little faster, and he does have magnetic feet, which means he can also basically go, which isn't so much walking on walls. If there's gravity, it's going to tear him off a bit, but it does mean like he can go on the outside of a ship. But
I am sending you the feat that I'm taking, and I'm taking it because it's too flavorful not to take. This is my free feat, which I'll just say out loud because you probably know it, and it's Tech Specialist.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
Yes.
It's an intensely good one.
I'm gonna look it up because I don't know what it is.
It's fucking great.
I think also speaking of flavor one, because like droids have to take a level in one of 4 ones to start, which is Noble, Scoundrel, Scout, or Soldier. I feel like droid has to take Soldier to start at least. He'll probably take some Scoundrel for the tech stuff, but he's gotta have some.
Yeah, I mean he has to take Soldier.
I mean he was a
soldier,
and he's a warden droid. It's like it's in his blood at this point. But yeah, he gets his own budget, but you guys will have to basically pay for anything else past the point. But you'll probably see him suddenly whip out new shit as I add it to him and get him fully finished, but it won't be today. I needed to ask.
Okay. Oh. Speaking of, we also kidnapped a squib and half of a Jedi droid. I think 2 squibs. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 2 squibs. One that wanted to come along. One that actually had force sensitivity. You also have a near human.
Oh yeah, the
failed Jedi, failed Sith apprentice.
That'll be interesting.
Keep in mind, doesn't mean that all of them are going to be with you all the time. Keep in mind, kind of similar to what I've run in other campaigns. I usually allow you to take one of your crew along with, basically as your crew leadership. And if anyone does take leadership, then you can take that one along with, and they'll level up higher. Crew leaderships I usually keep a good step behind you all, whereas true leadership cohorts are usually 2 levels behind you.
Right.
So that'll be helpful for the purposes of the apprentice. Where's her name go? For her, she's very defensive, especially towards. She's very anti-melee, so she's very good front lines to fight melee foes.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about her until she just totally fucked up her combat, and her master handled her.
I mean, you guys handled it well, the situation. The time she got up there.
Yeah.
Small unit tactics, baby.
Take cover and try not to die.
Mhm. Just do it better than those guys over there, and we'll win.
I am sending you 2 more links, just so you can reference these things. I'm sorry for spamming you with so many links
Oh, you're good.
ahead of time, but these are the upgrades I took. These aren't traits; these are equipment upgrades for my pistol.
Man, I'm very tempted to, because like I get a budget to build this thing, and I should just build it with a shield generator.
Who droidy?
Yeah.
I
Like the
go for it.
the classification is the droid is equipped with a device that allows it. Or no, that's the translator. What the fuck? The droid is fitted with the deflector shield generator, the same type mounted on starships. It's like, oh my goodness.
I think I'm pretty positive there's a feat that lets you use enemies as human body shields. Could Ricky get the same feat, but it just applies to droidy?
Well, like,
Gosh.
well, then the best thing is, like, basically, if you know you're being attacked, you can focus your actions on trying to just immediately restore the power, and droids get a bonus to that check. So he's basically like a lightsaber's hitting him. Not again, fool! Just. The other thing is you can also beat somebody up with the shield generator, so I'm like, man, that's kind of tempting. I mean, he likes his shock hands, but just hit them with a force field. Down! Oh, but yeah, he would have to be bigger to get anything bigger than a 15. That's fair.
I'll just
Still.
pick him up and then beat the enemy with him and his shield generator.
Alright. But anyways, let me see what you sent me, and then... Doob-a-doob.
Time to buy some more spray bandages.
Okay, I have no issue with the scope. Let me look at the other one. Yeah. Rapid Recycler is pretty much the same thing that was on that pistol.
Yep. I was inspired.
It's a good upgrade because it's basically right. You can kind of not miss.
Right?
Yeah, I'm looking for upgrades right now. Where do you find them?
Equipment upgrades. Just search that.
Equipment upgrades.
Yeah. They cost money. And I'm pretty sure most weapons only have one equipment or one upgrade slot.
Correct.
And then you can increase the size of it to get another one or strip it of a current upgrade.
And then other ones, higher level equipment, will have multiple slots, and they'll say so specifically in their entries.
Yeah. But I mean,
Or-
a lot of them cost 0 anyways, so it's pretty nice. That's the only reason I got away with 2 on this, because I think Rapid Recycler didn't cost any, and then the scope cost 1. The scope is fucking cool, and it just so much flavor.
Yeah, scopes are good.
This one's really good. It's a computerized interface scope.
Yeah.
Targeting scope. Ooh.
Do you know how much downtime exactly are we getting?
Some weeks, so about 3 weeks.
Oh shit. That that's a lot. Then I might go ahead and spend some credits to increase our droid buddy's stats, if he'd let me.
In which way?
With the
Using your tech thing.
specialist.
Yeah, by all
Yeah.
means.
Wanted to increase his strength score by 2. I'm trying to see exactly how much it's gonna cost. I'm like reading into it.
I don't
Yeah.
think the Art Garok
Oh.
actually has any upgrade slots.
It's 1/10 of the cost of Droidy McDroid Face or 1,000 credits.
Is it a simple weapon, Crix?
Because the cost for a hero one goes considerably up, I'd say 1,000 is probably going to be easier. That's the lower of the two, I'd say.
Well, it's supposed to be whichever is more.
I know, but I'm offering you the cheaper one.
I appreciate it.
It is a exotic weapon, but it doesn't say on its actual page that it has any upgrade slots.
What's up?
My axe, my Art Garok, I don't think it has any upgrade slots.
Right.
Which I should get him hardened systems.
It just gets 1. Like, I'm pretty sure all weapons default get 1 upgrade slot.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then unless it specifically mentions in its thing that it doesn't, and looking at the Argrok, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
Put scope on the Argarok.
Yeah, can I get a fire selector? switch
Okay,
and stuff
obviously it has to be like realistic for it. But
Just get
I
the
could've-
scope. It doesn't do anything, but
like that? I'm not getting the scope.
Just have a what do they call it, like the storage slot in it, and have an egg. You can just give an egg, pull it out, and toss it to Ricky.
you know, I'm tempted to use some of Droidy's budgeting just to get him hardened systems. Just give him a massive HP pool and a DR, and then the shield. And then he's just see.
Right?
I may not hit like Crash, but I can take the hits like him.
Yes, we must be immune to ion weapons.
look at Durasteel bonding. Ask Goblin.
Okay. Also, I think Cursive was trying to tell you hardened systems is a good recommendation for droids.
Oh no, that's on the part that I'm doing. If he's just doing it, he has to set things of what he upgrades, because it's based on the tech specialist thing. So it just increases some of their core stats. But
Yeah,
I'm
just
looking.
enhancing strength.
When you're making droid characters, especially after level 1, they give you a budget, and so I basically have to choose where this is going to go. And like, while there's a lot of utility ones, like there's one that's actually really worth it, where it's just a multi-spectral searchlight. He already was using a normal searchlight, so this one basically allows him to try to illuminate things a bit better for you guys.
Nice.
Because it's a spotlight that can shine visible, infrared, or ultraviolet, and it can go 6 kilometers.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Becomes a beacon.
Oh my god. Droidy McLighthouse.
He just switches to ultraviolet and fries some guy's eyeballs.
Hold him
Yeah.
down, comrade.
Yeah, he gets a bonus to perceiving targets, and then you guys don't get a bonus to perceiving due to the bright light. But the funniest shit is it gives a -10 penalty to stealth checks, and it's gone. It's basically just
It's so crazy.
it's only fucking 100 credits, and I'm like, yeah, that's definitely going in the pile. He has like 8,000 to spend, so it's like,
Yeah.
So yeah, Ricky did, or Brothula did bring up a good upgrade that I think I want: the Durasteel bonding for my melee weapon for sure.
Nice.
I would
Okay.
like to get the enhanced energy projector. I just pasted it in chat.
Tech specialists in the group chat, and you guys let me know if you want anything because we get 3 weeks. But you have to pay for it. It's my only requirement.
That's
yeah,
super fair,
that's
though.
just fine as long as you can pay for it. Stormy, good.
Yep.
Well,
Only
I'm-
3,000.
You should be able to afford it.
Oh yeah. I got quite a bit of credit because I don't really spend anything.
God, why do I have so much fucking heartbreak? It's crazy today.
Hmm.
You know, Ricky used to not want to spend his Amali. Now he only cares about spending it and making it.
Do you think the tech specialist can work on lightsabers?
I mean, if you can tell me the price of the lightsaber, then yeah, I can modify it.
The price of it was like the base price of the weapon, or what?
Yeah, base price of the weapon. Actually, I think it's just the price, not even the base price. Yeah, it's the full price of the weapon. If you tell me that, then I can tell you how much it's going to cost you. You just gotta look at-
3,000.
Okay, it's gonna cost 1,000 to modify it. It's gonna
I mean-
cost 1,000 credits, and then you get whichever weapon trait you want on it.
I think improved damage is the only one that makes sense.
Electric defense grid.
I just want to check with Cursive if that's okay.
For which one?
For Ricky to apply improved damage on the lightsaber.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So there's the tech specialist. I'm just trying to keep everything on an even keel. There's the tech specialist upgrades. That's under the tech specialist tree, and then you have weapon upgrades.
Yeah, there's equipment upgrades, and then I can apply a trait to your weapon that's very similar to an equipment upgrade.
Oh, then the Endurasil Bomb is an equipment upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, the grapple gun's cheap. Gonna have to give him that.
Fuck yes. I'm so glad we brought back Droidy McDroidface. Better than
Same.
ever.
Just to be clear, everybody, I wasn't trying to be callous about him last session. Just pretty
Yes,
much
you-
didn't want all of us to die to a Sith.
You've apologized several
Or a
times.
cave-in.
It's okay, but
Right?
Yeah, you're okay. I don't think anyone faults you for it.
I do. I'll never forgive myself.
dude, you carried him out. All right.
Oh, it's only for aiding another droid. It's a shame. I was looking at a thing that gave a massive bonus to aid another's, and then it was gonna be like, man, droid's gonna go hang out with Noel. But
Right.
It's like, oh, it only works with another droid.
So, I'm sorry. Can you give your weapon a tech specialist upgrade or an equipment upgrade, or is it?
No, tech specialist is extra.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like
you-
it's
you can
always
apply-
beneficial. It's just if he basically every so often, like in roleplay, we have to maybe make sure it's okay. Like yes, i.e. if the tech specialist leaves the party for any reason, then your bonuses will go away too.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Like I'm about to throw improved damage
Yeah.
on my pistol as well, if I can afford it.
I mean, yeah, I think you're just throwing extra damage around. I kind of wait. Do I need extra damage or extra accuracy? Yeah, then if that's the case, I would actually, you know what, Ricky, I would like an improved damage upgrade as well.
Alright, how much does your Argorat cost?
It is 150 credits.
Okay, you have to pay 1,000 credits.
Okay.
Okay, equipment upgrades, and then I go to. I don't see a little thing under this tree for tech specialist upgrades. Is it just under weapon
If you just
upgrades?
look in,
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's under the feet.
You know what? Actually, with you guys shopping, this is giving me enough time to finish droiding because As far as high-level upgrades that I'm putting on him, it's going to be most likely... Let's see, most of these are cheap. But notable one is the giving him an actual full kit for... what's it called? High-speed cutting torch and welder. So he'll be able to do advanced repairs and aid in such roles, i.e. Ricky. Also means that he can cut through, like, starship holes.
Awesome.
He does have a micro shield, so he'll be able to defend himself with a small shield. But I haven't decided how I'm going to put the last of it, but then he's going to have a lot of little small gadgetry that's actually helpful for either him moving or for you guys' defense, as well as a little bit for his own, like, emergency oxygen survival.
Hmm.
He can recharge your blaster power packs.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it takes HP. He has to spend his HP to do it, but literally you can plug in a power pack that is still functional but empty, and he can recharge it based on how many charges it's missing.
How much would it be to upgrade Tech Specialist on 750 credit heavy blaster pistol?
It would cost exactly 1,000 credits.
Deal. All right, I'm grabbing that extra damage.
Keep in mind, if you're throwing that on a pistol, that if you miss with auto fire, you do not get the extra 2 points of damage.
Yep.
It has to be on a successful hit for you to get the damage.
Okay, so we did the tech specialist thing. Okay, so okay, that's fine. I was just telling chat, like, on a successful charge now, my damage is absolutely insane.
You might also look at armor upgrades, Kresh.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay, won't be able to do the I could either get your guys' input on this because it's your thing. I could get him Hardened Systems 4, which gives him 40 hit points and a plus 20 to his damage threshold. Yeah, it's big. Or I could give him a shield generator.
I feel like the hardened systems would be better, honestly.
Well, because I could do both. If I did, I should rephrase. I could give him 40 hit points and 20 damage thresholds and no shield yet, or could give him 30 hit points and 15 damage threshold and give him a shield resistance 5, which would basically be 5 off all damage that doesn't pierce the shield automatically. And also would allow him to basically resist lightsabers.
That's crazy. Yeah, same. Actually, I'm in defer to party.
Sorry, I heard resist lightsabers.
Yeah, because it would basically the shield generator also gives the application that then lightsabers don't. His DR then fully applies to lightsabers and other energy-based attacks unless they can pierce the shield automatically. And then you can upgrade that later. It'll take him effectively 2,500 more credits to fully upgrade it, but then that'll basically go up to a SR 15, which will then take 15 off all damage, off all blows, unless the shield goes down.
Amazing.
Well, if D squared MF has a vote, he probably wants to resist lightsabers.
I mean, yeah, he probably would want lightsaber. And the idea that he could repair it easier without having to buy it later actually is a big benefit too. Yeah, that actually makes more sense.
Also, I'm not going to do an armor upgrade right now.
Okay.
So it's 1/10 the cost of the equipment, or 1,000, whichever one is more. 1/10 the cost of the equipment is more. In fact,
It is. It most certainly is.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to ask me about the armor, and I was gonna just lay that thickness on you.
If you
No, it's okay.
need credits, I have a lot of credits.
Do you have a spare 4,500?
Yes.
Damn.
Well, then you could definitely put a trade on Goblin's armor.
I'll tell you what. How about we go halfsies? I'll pay 23. No, hold on, that's still not fair. That's fucked up. Making you pay for half that.
I can pay for it. What are you? I don't care.
I don't want you to pay for all of it. You guys already chipped in so much to even get the armor.
Yeah, and you've been a very successful tank, and now we
Right.
have 2. You're actually competing. You're competing to be the best tank at this point.
Droidy's not going to be able to compare to damage, but yeah, Droidy is very much a like with the way that that he's being built and keeping his prior weapons.
Is the
Yeah.
my battle buddy?
Dude,
He's gonna be. He's,
Droidy's basically our champion, and you're basically our barbarian right now.
he's gonna have a shield, and then he'll be able to, as long as he doesn't take a full attack action, I'm planning to have him reserve actions just to refresh his own shield. Because that's the problem with the 5 shield is if it every time you take a hit that's over the rating of the shield goes down by 5, and if it goes to 0, it turns off. He's only at 5, so that means if he gets hit by more than 5, it'll reduce the damage by 5. But then if I have him reserve an attack of an attack action, he just needs to save a swift. He can basically do an endurance check and then restore the power.
So what you're telling me is our literal melee composition right now: the sexy blind Jedi, you got a space barbarian, and a droid champion.
Yes.
And an R2 droid. This is not the efficient route, but it is the fun route.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, he's going to be smarter and less dexterous, but... Oh, but then the dexterous goes back up. No, he's actually going to just be as a wash, just slightly more intelligent, but not quite as strong as other warrior bots.
I gave him +2.
Where'd you put the +2? The strength? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll have basically a net +2 strength and +2 int. So he's an Azamar.
That's excellent.
I'll tell you what, Deckle.
Look, take my money. Okay. What is
You do
so
35, you do
1,000? Okay.
Yeah.
Bribe me. Take my money.
Take my money.
Shut up and take my money.
Because I'm not buying as much equipment. I wear robes and swing a lightsaber.
Okay. Armor. I gotta pull that page back up now. Spot and paid for. Didn't even look at which one I wanted. I know what one of them. Question is max dex bonus, reflex, or fort. I mean, my fort goes up every level. So it's kind of wasted there. I almost want to do reflex. What is like max dex bonus actually like?
Hello, Gabriel.
translate to?
This is the Kitsune Ramen Shop. Welcome.
I do need to get him armor. Oh, that's one thing I didn't cut. He's literally unarmored right now.
Oh, yeah. Get him some... We put hide armor on DMD.
I mean, he can have heavy armor. That's the funniest shit. You could stick him in. There is literally such a thing as a Mandalorian steel droid shell.
Beskar droid armor.
when I inevitably go to become a Mandalorian, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
I want to see what this is. Christadarium. What is Christadarium?
Okay, I applied it as a +1 to reflex armor. Thank you, Deckle.
Oh, sweet mother god. Whew. That's going to be expensive, but oh my god. It's lightsaber crystals made into armor.
Oh,
Holy shit.
What?
It can only be used on droids because it's very lightly radioactive at a short range. So it's only for droids, but it reduces blaster attacks by points per dice of damage. So the more dice the damage that the thing rolls, the worse it gets for every die. So basically, the bigger the gun, the worse it's not going to work.
That's funny.
I just imagine the fucking Death Star laser.
You get some feet to redirect some of the damage. Poof.
That's just Ice-T in that Rick and Morty episode blocking the laser. That's just...
I'd really like to throw a trade on our ship eventually, but that's gonna come with a hefty price.
I mean, I'll work towards that. Actually, that would be really worthwhile.
His cost factor is 1. So yeah, actually, that's not too bad. 50k isn't unreasonable for that amount of power. I mean,
We spent it once.
In the Mandalorian, armor for droids is only 8100.
What, really?
Actually,
Yeah.
It's
Mandalorian
not-
steel shell.
yeah, that's not the Beskar one.
Yeah, it's not Beskar, it's steel. It's Mandalorian steel. Laminarium would be the Beskar, which is... What's that do? Yeah, it means that they're immune to acid and lightsaber arms. They get to apply their armor to the lightsabers. Although that didn't show up, though. Keep in mind, that didn't show up until the Yuzong Vong. So that's not in the game.
Okay.
Christadarium
get
is. That's
some-
from... Christadarium is from early Clone Wars.
You
Comes
need
from
to get some of
Mustafar.
that Old Republic Cortosis armor.
There you go. Kurtosis weave, baby!
Is that the one that saps? Is that the one
It
that
shuts
saps
off lightsabers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's in contact with lightsabers too long, the lightsaber shuts off for 10 minutes.
Yeah, because I thought about because the Cortosis Gauntlet is one of the craziest pieces of equipment in Saga Edition. Like, yeah, you might lose your hand, but also
But I can get him low level armor for now, so he's not utterly unarmored. So he has some there, but he'll need to. I mean, he's basically relying on hit points. The funny thing is, his threshold is actually higher than it would be with some of the better armors because of the heavy systems.
Yep.
So he's easy to hit right now, but has a lot of HP. Once he gets armor, it's gonna just become
he's
that
gonna
droid's a
become
pain
like
in the
me.
ass. Also, if they hit him with something that's not a lightsaber, they get shocked. That's one of the systems I put on the list for him. It's not even a roll. It's an automatic 5 energy damage, and it can be flame or electricity based on his choice.
Dude, Droidy's a fucking champion.
He's like, hit me!
Stop
Okay,
trying to hit me and hit me.
I think I'm good for all the background stuff I wanted to do. That's not true. There was kind of a flavor thing I wanted to do, just passively over time cursive. I don't know
Mhm.
how it is you want this to evolve, but I just kind of want to like spitball one to you. You know the
go
Wookiee
ahead.
rebellions, right? Like in
Yeah.
like actual Star Wars canon. I
Yeah,
want to
I'm aware.
start seeding those kind of like passively in the background. Like I don't know how it is we can go about
Just
that.
ship crates of blasters to Wookiees or what?
Yeah, I'm more or less like
I could
maybe
say, I mean,
through
because
like
this is like before the rebellion's the rebellion, so we could say that maybe you're working with the Resurgence crew to basically like try to see if they can like direct some to the Wookiees. Like maybe you know that like these clans aren't going to take this thing down, so help me like because then you don't have to pay money to do so. You know what I mean?
right.
That's it's just you could just be helping them. That could be what you're working on with the rebellion. 'Cause that's what this effectively is you guys. I mean, between the prior book and the one before it, they wanted you to look at like what are you doing with the rebellion? Like in their case, it's like yeah, Ricky was trying to bow out, but then catastrophe. But
Yeah.
Right.
no one else really decided what they might be doing. I mean,
Yep, that's what I
Myriad.
want to do.
I was
Yeah.
I was hanging out with the Jedi Master.
Yeah, that's what I figured you were doing.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest one thing though, getting a hyperdrive on our shuttle.
Your shuttle. Oh, on the shuttle, yeah, the little one, yeah.
In
Did it not
case
come with a hyperdrive?
it does not.
It does not have one off the set now.
How much is like
The ship itself does, but the shuttle it drops doesn't.
Right.
Let's take a look at hyperdrive. It depends on their ratings.
You probably have to sacrifice a little bit of cargo space in the shuttle for a hyperdrive, to be honest.
I think it has space for upgrades.
So a baseline one of a common one of a class 2 to 15. I mean, baseline hyperdrive is only 100 credits.
What?
I mean,
Dude, I will pay that. I love this ship.
yeah, like that's ridiculous. Why wouldn't we throw it on there?
A class
Yeah.
15 is very slow, but I mean,
Yeah, we want like a class 2 or something.
class 2 would be 2,000 credits, but that's the lowest common rated one. Class 3 would have to be on a colossal cruiser or smaller. What do they mean by that? Oh, smaller.
Wait, a class
Would it
3 is
be
worse
large?
than a class 2.
No, I mean a class 1.5. Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I think it means colossal or larger because like you can't get a class 7.75 on a small. Interesting.
Say class 2 is 2K.
Yes,
Is that the best one we can get on our ship?
that's the best common one that we won't have to worry about. Yeah.
Alright, cool. Then I'll pay the 2K.
I'll pay
got
1,000
it.
of it.
Alright, cool.
That's a fairly fast one too, so that's better
Alright.
than what an X-wing has.
Yeah.
Because X-wings have class 3s.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude,
Now,
what kind of
if you're a
damn
weird
cats out
space
here?
space magician and get a class 0.5 like the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, that's why. Okay, because basically it's considered non-standard modification. So basically all starfighters that aren't Imperial are treated as non-standard, which basically means it has the chance of failure. I get it. Okay, I see why they did it that way.
So that's why the Millennium Falcon never works until it does.
Because the Millennium Falcon are like certain cruisers, like yours. Like yours qualifies as a fighter for the purposes of maneuverability, and then that means that it basically means it's non-standard. So it doesn't mean the shuttle suffers that same issue, but it's also why you don't see a Star Destroyer suddenly like, oh, look, hyperdrive failed.
Right.
I don't mean to detract from this, and I promise we'll get right back to it because I still have more things to talk about our ship. But I just need to announce to everybody that can hear that
Hmm.
Asgoblin has sent me a picture of a pepper dick, followed by a gif of Rock smelling what he is cooking.
Um.
Okay,
Okay.
That is all. That is all.
appreciate it.
Yep.
This is a great session, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
we just needed a fun session after that last stress.
The last one was a bundle of stress and anxiety. I feel bad for that.
You don't need to
No,
feel bad.
no,
It was
that
a
was
really good
great.
session.
Yeah, it
You're
was a great sesh.
best DM I've ever met. Are you kidding me? Like, play shit so close to your chest. Also, I'm
Ugh.
gonna post what I sent him in SFW so everybody understands what he's talking about. The bell pepper, you know, bell peppers get like little peppers that grow in them. That's all it is.
Um, I think that if we pull our money together, we can actually throw a trait on our ship.
Okay. What do you got in mind?
So we can do dexterity, shield rating, or speed.
What are we worst at? And best at?
We are a very well-rounded ship,
I
honestly.
don't know how much money you have, but one thing that if you do have Droidian, you will want to keep him without having to keep spending money on it or issues. There is such a thing to add to a ship that also is a repair station. Basically allows him to plug in, recharge, i.e., heal. Basically, if you give him an hour and he can full heal.
Just what we need. Our astromech station.
But for droidy,
Yeah.
I thought we already had an astromech on this, or is that just the shuttle?
It
Has
has
an
a
astromech
slot.
slot. You don't have an astromech droid. He's your only astromech.
Oh, so if we upgrade droidy with that thing, then he can fully heal our shuttle, but not the whole ship.
No, I'm not talking about shuttle. I'm talking about there's such a thing that is a droidy or a droidy, a droid recharge station. Um, so basically, it basically just means that he full heals with an hour of time there, and basically uses the ship's power. Which also then means that you could also indirectly heal your power packs for free after an hour, because the ship can't do that naturally, but he could.
Yeah.
And then basically you leave it with him, and you could literally just at that point any power packs that aren't used as grenades could be recharged.
Fucking amazing.
For sure.
But it's a fairly pricey one because that one is 4K. But it's
Okay.
something to consider. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's 4,000 for that, and then it's going to be 15,500 credits to put one trait on the ship.
Okay. Let's see.
Which I've got 7K. So I
I've
don't mind
got-
spending the 4K on droidy for that dope ass shit that we were just told about.
I
I've got
got 9K I can throw around.
I got 4,200 in my name.
Yeah, Crush is invested in equipment.
All right. So after the 4K, I'm about to drop on droidy, which I'm gonna go ahead and officially do because I love my son.
So we have the charger station now.
Yeah, which also
for
means then at
droidy.
that point, keep track of your power packs. Every time you guys get Droidy back to the ship and you get to him, he could pretty much just recharge all your power packs.
Okay.
It just costs him temporary hit points. He'll never die from it, even if he hits 0. It just means that he'll just deactivate if he ever has to recharge them in the field to 0.
Okay.
Okay, so I've
Tell
got
you what,
3K plus
I
9K, that's
can.
11K plus 4K, that's fucking 15K right there. Does somebody have an extra 500 credits?
500.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, how much were you using from mine?
You said you were gonna throw out 9, so I
Yep.
took that at full face value because I'm a
Perfect.
Jawa at heart.
Yep. Got it. I just need to know how much I had to subtract.
Okay.
Stormy, I'll chip in too, so you can have some spending money still.
What I wanted to buy was a few, unless you want to buy them, some fast flesh med packs. They're 600 each. They're the ones that give you the +5 on the.
Yeah, like what you
roll.
found in the temple. Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yep. I only
Okay.
have 2 left, and they were incredibly useful.
Okay, I can buy 5 of those for 3,000.
Yeah. Do you want to split them, or do you want me to carry them?
You can carry them. I can't apply them.
Okay, 10-4. Got it.
So after you guys buy those, what's the contributions? Because I'm gonna contribute the 3K. and then
I'm
Ask
still
Goblin.
gonna do the whole 4. Like I don't spend money on stuff really outside of my gear.
So that puts us at 7, and then
I was applying, I think 2,500 if and Stormy 7.
so 7, 7. Okay, so hold on. We're at 7. You apply the 2,500. That puts us at 99.5, right?
Right, and then what do you have left?
Uh,
6,000.
yeah, pretty much 6,000. So you would just have to subtract 6,000, Stormy.
Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3,000. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, now let's decide which trait we need to throw on the ship. And I'm looking at the stats as we speak because our wonderful DM pinned it.
Sweet.
Where's our dex? Hit points. There we go. We have dexterity 10. I really don't know how that actually compares to other ships, like in this.
I don't know what dexterity is used for on the ship, to be honest.
I'd imagine effective AC.
Yeah, it directly plays into AC, and then there's some rolls that you'd have to use the dexterity of the ship or yours, whichever's better. I mean, whichever's worse, excuse me, because it basically becomes a bottleneck.
I got you.
Keep talking. I'll be right back. Restroom.
And then the other option was shields, you said?
Shields and speed. I honestly don't feel like it's worth it to apply the dexterity score. It would give us an extra 1, essentially, to our reflex defense. But I feel like the +5 to shield rating would put us at 30 shield rating, which I think is going to be more useful than the +1 to reflex defense. And then our fly speed would actually show a significant increase. It would be 5 on big maps, and then it would be 16 squares on character scale.
So do we want to be fast or tough?
I'm a giant Han Solo fan. I like going fast. Personally.
Fast.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
Get that?
How about our pilot weighs in on this? Would you rather our ship be faster or more shields?
Probably more shields with seeing some of the encounters that we faced.
All right, and Ask Goblin left for a second, right?
Yes, yes.
I kind of want to get his vote just in case it's a tie, and then we flip a coin on it. Or just have our DM break it.
I'm good with shields, to be honest.
I'm good with either. But if I have to vote, I'm gonna vote for speed.
Music change over to Mandalorian epic version. I love it.
My music died for some reason. Gotta fix
Yeah,
it.
it's probably YouTube saying, "Are you still watching?"
No, YouTube. I was never watching. I was listening, you dumb bitch.
I was using as content.
So in the 3 weeks, Ricky's just been working. He's been working his emo away, and he's back to his badass self.
Nice.
Yep.
Emo away.
And you killed what's his nuts? So it's like, I mean, I imagine you guys feel pretty good. Draco.
Yeah. We killed Malfoy.
Surprise to everyone, but Noel has spent the entire time successfully solving his Rubik's Cube without peeling the stickers off.
Holy shit.
Oh no! He's leveled up.
He is ready for the next challenge. Whatever.
He's ready to try to open the holocron.
You know what? You know what? We'll do that. We will do that.
rather than have you guys stare at a map that you're out of. I figure this is a bit more
Right.
iconic. I love the Nebulan Bees. The class 2 is nice. It's scarier, but this one's so classic.
I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Hey,
We're looking for you for a tiebreaker.
Ranger Rabbit, thank you for the
Oh,
follow.
well, actually, it's more like a possible tie. Do you vote for having more shields or more speed on the ship?
Oh, that's a really tough one. Those are both incredibly useful.
Yes.
The shields, like mechanically, are they just adding to our AC? Or are they like temp health or?
It's kind of like a temp health. It's kind of like an extra health thing, like the shields take damage first, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
How
it's
much-
similar. It's literally the same system as the droid. You can spend so many actions, so like Ricky could jump over and do a mechanics roll to restore the shields mid combat. So it's like it's assuming his good rolls means that you maintain a DR effectively.
Yeah, which is 25, and it would be 30 with the increase, and then our fly speed would go from 4 big squares, like in a big map, to 5 big squares, or in a little map, it would go from 12 to 16.
That's pretty good. I'm voting for shields personally.
All right, so it's tied. So let's flip a coin. I've got coins somewhere here, several, in fact.
It's clearly droidy doing a random number generator.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Let me take these earphones off. Grab a coin.
Also, Crix, I updated the screen so you're not just staring at a map you're no longer on. I hope you like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do actually.
That Nebulan Bee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Also, I was telling chat earlier, but well, Cursive, is it super meta to tell everybody about my damage info?
All right,
the
we're gonna use
Argron?
my Pikachu coin.
Oh, that's fine.
So
That's all I really like.
Kresh natively, like without raging, if he successfully hits a charge, it's a plus 20 damage before he rolls 2d12.
Oh, fuck.
All right, so if it's heads, we're gonna do shields because we're gonna face things more heads on, and if it's tails, we're gonna do speed because that's what they're gonna be looking at when they fucking see us fly by. So I'm gonna flip the coin. I'm
Like
sorry, I'm not doing this on video. I swear, I wouldn't check.
Aw, you're good. You're good.
Coins flipped, and it's heads. Let's do shields.
Shields?
Can we edit the original pinned message for our shield rating to be 30, please?
Sure. Let me get up to that. Let me close my stream to you guys here.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Built a jump there and it went to a different message. I don't know what happened. There it goes. I'll find out where it is. The shield rating. Did you guys ever end up naming it?
The ship?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did name
Yeah,
it.
it was shipping ship face.
No.
We decided
It
on something
was.
else.
It was something about Ricky's clan, I thought.
It's the Tabby Avenger, aka Tabby the Turtle.
Yes.
That's what it was. Yeah, because I remember we were colloquially calling it the turtle.
Lame.
We're not calling it shipping the ship face.
AKA Shippy McShipface.
I'm really ship face right now.
Okay, let me add the hyperdrive. Let me see where it is on the top one. Yep, it's down in this. Yeah, you literally. Yeah, your standard hyperdrive is a class 2 as well, and then just as a backup.
Yeah, so we can go the same speed with our...
Dude, we went from finding some chicken shot in the gut on the space station to some real bad motherfuckers in the galaxy.
Which is worth mentioning that if you do have Droidy serving as your astromech, I did give him the ability to function as a navicomputer, so you wouldn't need, because you don't have the computer system in the shuttle yet. So then, yeah, he'd be able to help in that regard too.
Nice.
But I did give him a fair bit of utility, so he's not just combat for you guys.
That's good.
I love it.
He's the shield to our axe, man.
Yeah. If you want him to hold a door, he probably could. And he's not exactly just only shield. He does still have the shocky arms.
Fuck yes.
Like, bring it on, motherfucker.
Stab at thee.
He just doesn't have guns. Well, he has a taser now, but
Dude, he's the full stop. He's got shields and tasers. Like, if they think they're gonna get past the shields, he's just gonna stun them.
I even gave it to the internal defense system, so if they ever try to hack him, he's just like, fuck! Just shocks them. Just get off! Alright.
Fucking
So-
DMDF, the full stop.
G square MF.
Alright. So you guys ready to begin the adventure proper then? Or do we need anything else?
I'm so ready to start.
I'm good.
Stormy?
I'm good.
Okay, then I'll go to the narration. So, some weeks after your mission to the planet, Denia does ask for you to come and return to her about the things that you encountered, especially as she wants to speak a bit about the intel about these from the slave ship, from the encounter with the Queen of Air and Darkness. As you arrive, she sees your needs, trying to make sure you're not hungry and anything you'd like, and making small talk. And once you're all comfortable and seated, she goes to speak to you. I want to appreciate you all for coming. I know that you have many demands on your time working with the crews and people beyond. As I'd hoped, my training with the holocron has proven very useful. I know you all have found a little bit of knowledge of it within yourselves. I thank you again for your assistance in recovering it. I know it was no easy task. However, with its aid, I have managed to deepen and lengthen my meditations, and have begun to understand the glimpses I receive with greater accuracy. Unfortunately, the galaxy is filled with a great deal of suffering right now. The cries of whole worlds oppressed come through the Force most clearly. In particular, I have been hearing cries for help from what I believe to be the homeworld of the slaves you freed from the Imperials, the one we've been looking for. Having seen and heard them more clearly, I now believe these prisoners were a species known as Nazran. They come from the planet Centaurus, an obscure system in the Malrud sector. I passed this information to Senator Organa, and he has sent a few discreet inquiries to Aldera University. From what we know now from them, it seems that the Nazran are a species from outside the Empire. They never joined the Republic, they have no representation in the Senate, and no hope for recourse. The Empire has a small force on the mining planet Centaurus, and it's the third world in the Centaurus system, but has been reassigning those ships for some weeks. The Nazrans are native to Nizon, the fifth planet in the systems. Since the Empire has no official interest in Nizon, it seems likely that they have made raids on Nizon for their slave labor. Perhaps originally to run the mines, but they may have left some records or clues on Nizon about the Sarlacc project or where the other slaves have been taken. Also, the people of Nizon might make useful allies if the Empire has mistreated them and we can rectify their situation. Though there's little information about Centaurus or Nizon in our records, Captain Varana has managed to locate hyperspace coordinates for Nizon in his nav computer. He's willing to share them with you if you're willing to travel there. I ask that you take a trip to Nizon and investigate its treatment at the hands of the Empire. Proof of Imperial depredations might give Senator Organa additional influence in the Senate, and if the Nizon are interested in opposing the Empire on a widespread basis, we might be able to assist them. If you have any other questions on it, I'd be happy to answer what I can.
Imali?
Of course, Senator Organa is willing to pay you each 4,000 credits just for agreeing to make the trip, and upon your return, another 4,000 credits will await you here.
Noel has his hand up.
Oh, and he does want to pay more. He will pay more if you find information that he can use. Yes, Noel?
Kind of like, hey, so you said that you were working with that holocron there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how do you open it? Can you, like, give me a hint? I've been trying to, crack it for a while.
She probably pauses. You don't actually open the holocron. It opens sections of your mind for you. Think of it like your mind is a lock and it is the key.
Oh, all right. So it's the tube thing then. Gotcha.
Is this about Noel's Rubik's Cube?
Yes.
Yes. Kind of.
Oh,
Oh, he was
I did
back to
manage.
that. Noel solved the Rubik's Cube.
I did manage to also find out what occurred with your encounter with Darth Riven. It seems that the Sith during his stint with the Jedi, managed to leave a shade of himself within the Catal holocron, and as such, he had left a Sith holocron disguised as his own deeper within the stone wall. It seems to be what your Inquisitor had carved to find. And as such, that holocron, I did a precursory glance within and meditated on it, and what I can sense is it seems to have very... It is not, even though a cube it appears, it is certainly a pyramid. And it seems to have information on controlling creatures of the dark.
Makes sense.
Seems that Rivan hoped to cast his soul into one upon his death. I pray that that wasn't actually what you encountered.
Ricky's just gonna laugh knowing that we fucking shot his dog.
Oh no. I don't know what that creature was. It was massive.
I can tell you that we don't have much information on either Centaurus or Nizan. We know that they are both dust planets. I can provide breath masks for any of you that don't already have them, but I do know the last we checked, your ship had a decent stocking of them. But in any case, there is a single mining operation on Centaurus with no native life, and then there is one major city on Nazran, as far as we know. The Imperial presence, officially they have nothing there, but I can sense that they have something there, so I wouldn't trust the official record. I wish I could give you more, but unfortunately, I could only reach as far as I did with the help of the holocron.
Understood.
So we have no idea if there's an Imperial garrison or what strength is looking like down there?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm up for a good fight.
Same.
Likewise.
Ricky's just gonna polish his gun and nod in agreement.
Well, I suppose there's not a whole lot else we can learn from up here, right? I mean, we know the slaves came from there. We know the Empire doesn't have a whole lot of interest in it. We know they might have left information about Sarlacc, but we don't learn much else till we get boots on the ground.
All right. Well then, the force be with you.
And also with you.
And with you.
I just gave her a big hug.
She just kind of a scoffing laugh and just hugs you back. Wookiee hugs are the best hugs.
That's true.
True.
Especially when you're being safely carried off of a platform.
It was only almost 200 feet.
Sorry if you hear Rogue meow. My cat is just begging for attention.
So boop her.
Boop.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's getting so many pets right now.
Yeah, pet that cat.
I love kitties. I like most animals.
Yes.
All right. So, to hyperspace then.
To the turtle!
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
from what you can read from the intel you get from the captain and your nav computer, is that the Centaur system has 7 planets. The first and second should be gas giant, and one that is almost an entirely toxic ocean. And then there is a asteroid belt separating them from the rest of the system. The third planet should be Centaurus. The fourth is another gas giant, and the fifth is Nizan. The sixth is a barren planetoid, and the seventh is yet another gas giant. And then there's another asteroid belt that separates the others. Quite a rocky system. The system warns that to be expecting asteroid rings, clouds of dust and debris, and they're thickest around the two planets.
Okay.
We're heading to Nizon, right?
Yes, Centaurus has the Imperial Mine, which means it may become involved, but Nizon should have at least the initial stuff. But
Okay then.
okay. So I was double checking. More precisely, it's saying okay. So as the hyperspace fades and the stars find their rightful positions again as you arrive at the Centaurus system, far enough away from Centaurus to avoid any starship with sensors sharp enough to find you, you can see that there's a message buoy broadcasting a general spacers broadcast. Seems to be warning travelers to be cautious of rogue meteor fragments. You can see that the system has the 7 planets as advertised, many of which are ringed by fragments from a large asteroid belt between the second and third planets. Centaurus and Nizon sit within asteroids too, but they are cloaked by dust clouds. There's a lot of rock in the nearby space. The stage, anyone who'd like to get more intel can give me a use computer check. Basically to operate your scanners from distance without anything major.
Absolutely.
That's
Ooh.
good one.
I only got an 18.
Well, I'm also trained. Let's see what. There's a dirty 20.
Okay.
Not trained.
In this case, it's actually Noel who manages to spot them as. We'll say that. I mean, for Ricky, it's probably just looking pretty clear, and it's having some issues with the surrounding space. But then Noel, you do spot finally that you do spot some hostile signatures. As you pinpoint them, you can pinpoint that they are clustered around Centaurus. They are outside of range to spot a ship of your size by far, as they're at the edge of your range. But you are able to recognize a Venator-class Star Destroyer, one of the older models. It seems you can see that signatures of starfighters and what they're escorting, but you can't make out the rest of those. But you can also recognize 2 cruisers, Imperial-class dreadnoughts.
Jesus.
Oh boy, looks like we got got a pair of dreadnoughts and a Venator class along with some escorts. I can't really tell what they're escorting around, but they're all around. You said it was Centaurus?
Yeah, Centaurus. Nizon seems, undefended, but it's like there's a dust cloud that could be obscuring something, so you know to proceed with caution.
Yeah, they're
See.
all around Centaurus. I can't necessarily make out a Nissan, but
Dreadnoughts and a Venator. Almost a Republic era tech.
Yeah, we should probably avoid Centaurus right now. I don't think we can handle all that.
No, that would be quite a lot.
So, you turn to approach, taking a kind of a lackadaisical approach, I imagine, towards Nizon, avoiding the more clustered Imperial planet. But as such, and as you proceed inwards, there's a point where suddenly many of your sensors and warning alarms go off before you can even spot why, as everything seems clear. But through the front viewport, it becomes easy to see why. As between you and Nizon, emerging from the dust cloud, kind of not directly flying towards you, but in a kind of like as if it were traveling to your left, is a Star Destroyer. It's an older, smaller model than the Imperial class that had been dogging you before, but it's still fully functioning as you recognize the Victory class. But its escort seems to be an escort of V-Wing fighters, and you can see other ones near it that seem to be escorting what looks like a Gallifrey class transport. It doesn't seem to be directly flying toward you just yet. The Star Destroyer seems to be taking the transport ship out of the dust cloud. You can give me another use computer check. Both of you may roll on it again. For
23.
communications.
and a 28.
I
Okay.
guess I'm getting my low rolls out of the way right now.
Yeah, better now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're able to access communications, as you can reveal that there are additional ships in the system. You can identify not only the one that you see as well as the one you saw, but that there should be at least one other Star Destroyer in the system. And then you can also, it seems, refer to another one, that there's probably 2 Star Destroyers in orbit around Nizon, but nowhere near your position or even line of sight. You hear the call signs of Imperials of dozens of starfighters. Most that seem to be reporting are reporting either V or V-19s, which are basically torrent bombers. They're sound to be in orbit around the planet. You can hear a few other ships, including bulk carriers, personal starships, are flying in the planet's atmosphere below the dust cloud. There's still at least one ship orbiting Centaurus. Sounds like an older Star Destroyer design. Probably the Venator that you spotted on the radar. But in any case, it isn't long before you see that the Gallifrey, before you even travel very far, as the Gallifrey seems to take a hasty jump to hyperspace, and you'd see as the engines flare on the Victory, and it's turning right towards you. Doesn't seem to hail you at all.
Looks like we've been spotted.
Is there some sort of like galactic lore or tactics roll or just general knowledge check I can make for the call signs that they're using, like the 19 or V-19?
Those are ship classifications, but yeah. Okay. Given that I know you already have the rank of it, you know that Imperials generally use what we would classify as Greek, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Tau. They always use that. The role would be to determine the proper moniker, because transports, cruisers, if it's a cruiser or higher, it gets a special name, and then if it's everything else, anything that is new Imperial uses Alpha, Beta based on what their role is.
All right.
So you'd have to basically tag the right one, or you'd be seen as improper.
That would be a galactic lore?
Correct.
Alright, that's a 17.
You would know the early ones are for starfighter designs, like you know that Alpha, like for example, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma are the 3 primary, usually the first squadron out on a shift, if they're not currently returned, is usually Alpha, and that is for basically general starship. Beta is reserved for bombers, and Gamma is reserved for interceptors. You know that the ones further in the, what we would see as a Greek alphabet, like Lambda, is referred for transports. Lambda, and then, whereas escorts generally get Mu, Nu, or Tau. And let's see. Lambda is transports and shuttles. There's also other ones in there, and you can try to make an educated guess. But that also means, keep in mind, those are the first. I only gave you the first because you didn't roll terribly high. So basically, you would have to extrapolate from there. I will allow you to use other ones if you are going to try to fake it.
I think our best bet is using Lambda 19. So basically transport 19. Everyone else, what do y'all think?
Crash has no idea.
Unless I can't, unless y'all want me to throw a force point on there.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah,
think
Ricky
for a
would be
second.
of no help on this.
Sounds reasonable to me.
So Crash has knowledge of Imperial tactics, but he does not have knowledge of like this stuff.
You do see over the text band, as they are on that channel, not a voice channel, is that you do see that they do hail you on that one as, and it does seem to be a little less than, I mean, it's not as rigid as most Imperials as you've heard actually, but it simply just tells you have this is the Arcanian Dragon. You have no business in this system. Release all engine control and prepare for boarding.
What do y'all want to do?
For sure, not go aboard a Star Destroyer.
Right.
I mean, I suppose we kind of have to either lie or jet, because like we get on there, we're done.
Can I do a knowledge check to see if they have the things that pull things in?
Tractor beam.
Tractor beams?
Yeah,
Yeah,
can I-
I'll allow
thank
that. If you want to give me any roll it. I think there's a tech one.
Yep.
Yeah.
23.
Severely unlikely a victory would have that. That would have to be a special modification. This one looks like it's more of a veteran of the Clone Wars, which is even more unlikely.
I say we cheese it.
All right. Try and talk our way through and get ready to run if they don't buy it.
Lambda 19.
Sure.
Hey, all right, I'm gonna assist you with lying. Actually,
All right.
just say that you're bringing in a shipment of like Wookiee slaves to the planet or something along those lines.
I'm going to stack a coordinate if at all possible.
Okay.
All right. And I'm going to throw on call sign Lambda. And guys, should I use Lambda or Lambda 19? I guess I need to specify.
You need to specify, I think.
All right, so we're gonna try Lambda 19, and this is via text channel, correct? Not voice.
Yeah, they didn't open a hailing channel. You don't know why.
All right,
I mean-
so I'm going to enter on the text channel that this is Lambda 19, and we're transporting a load of Wookiee prisoners. And do we want to specify for the Sarlacc project or not?
No, just
No,
say
no.
to Nizan.
All right, to Nissan. There we go. Thank you, Tini.
Right, you-
And do I need to make a check?
Yeah, if you want to roll a deception, I'll allow it. It's just
And then I believe Kresh is assisting as
I
well.
was expecting this to be like a mic. Wasn't
One
really.
second.
Oh, I see why you were gonna aid. You were gonna.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
be incredibly loud and obnoxious. I wasn't aware this was a text.
I mean, you could try to open the hail one. Like, you could easily hail them. They might pick up, but
Is it just audio if we hail them?
you can choose. You always can. Like, think of like, I mean, like the what is it episode with the Last Jedi one where it's like, yeah, they were just on audio. They didn't. You don't have to go cams. I mean, hell, Return of the Jedi, audio only.
Right.
Yeah.
Through text, I can't make an argument for myself to really assist. I'm just being honest.
Call him up, Noel.
All right. I'm going to also in that text in the text channel. I'm going. There's a DM roll. But I'm gonna also request a voice channel.
All right. I will ask. Well, first of all, yeah. As soon as you ask for the hailing one, you immediately probably as you ask in text, since you didn't open an actual hailing one, they just instead hail you instead.
Okay.
But if you want to take that one, you can.
Sure. We'll take the hailing channel.
Just in case, I'll manacle myself. I don't know if they're gonna turn cameras on.
No, you choose how it is. You like they would basically do it. And it's just see. If you ask for an audio, they just be just audio. They don't open a video
Okay.
one.
Never mind then.
They seem to be. I mean, for Imperials, they seem to be rather acquiescing your thing there, which is interesting. I would say. But in any case, yeah, they open the channel and just see. This is the Arcanian Dragon. Speak and power down your engines. There is no need for bloodshed.
I'm assuming Kresh is making Wookiee noises. in the
Just
back.
unbelievable ruckus the whole time that you're talking.
All right, and I'm gonna be clapping and be like, all right, shut up, please. All right, sorry. This is Lambda 19 transport. We just got a bunch of Wookiees. We gotta take over to Nissan, please. As you can hear, we got our hands full. Just please let us by, for the love of God.
Which, given your role, I'm actually gonna like you hear this one like this, and you actually hear the inhale of whoever's speaking, and it seems to be, I mean, just sounds like some comm officer who seems to be listening to someone else for something. You hear like the muffle of another voice giving her an order, and then she just simply, tell you what, Lambda 19, Alpha is gonna do a flyby. If they sense a shipment of Wookiees, then we'll go from there. She says, it seems to be almost like a bit of a laugh, but we know who is due to arrive and who is not. No one of your ship and model is anywhere on our docket.
I say, thank you. There was a change in plans. And then I guess we'll go mute, and I'll turn to Kresh and be like, Kresh, we need you up front in manacles.
Okay.
And then we'll have to have...
Well, I was gonna warn you. I would know that Trey would know with his technology roll. If those V-wings do a flyby, they'll know like exactly like maybe not. They don't get like major detail, but they would be able to tell like okay, yes, they're slaves. They basically Imperials have very good sensors, and they basically do a flyby to sense like what you're like. They can sense spice if you're like with a decent flyby.
So we'd
like,
be screwed if they came by to.
Because they would see what? Yeah, they'd see one Wookiee.
Yeah, we're about to get caught, which is what I was about to say out loud.
Are
Can
we
I-
able to edit
Can I use
our-
a use computer check to make it seem like we have more than one Wookiee?
Yeah, that is an ESIM roll that you could try to do.
Cool.
Nice.
It does go against the pilots.
Alright. Hopefully they're shitty with computers, and I roll a crit right here!
Yeah! My
No
man!
way, no
If you
way.
say nat 20 all the time, it will be true sometimes.
No
So-
way.
With their modifier, with the 20, like it would basically be if their astromechs hit you with a 20, then it's gonna be pretty much a tie because they're adding 15. So it's like that's what it's gonna come down to because their pilots aren't gonna notice the astromechs give them effectively a reroll with their skill, but check his dice. So this will basically be just the astromechs. But yeah, you would see us. And again, I would say that because you rolled against tactics before, these Imperials do seem to be a bit odd. Because they basically, rather than just send all of their V-Wings after you, they only seem to have an escort of 8. But they do send 2 of them your way.
Sorry, more of a flavored thing. I'm trying to. Nah, I'll wait till after this. I want to hold it.
I'm getting a weird vibe off of these guys.
I have opinions.
I mean, you're welcome to express them. You don't have to. It's not like the comm is open.
Nah, Ricky wouldn't know. I personally have opinions.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And I'm trying to think about how I can argue tactics knowledge to let me find out if I'm right.
I will say, not to hose the only natural 20, but in this case, the pilots go by and you would see on the text channel, like they still seem to be reporting on the text channel, but you can see, sure enough, as you'd, because they'd fly right by your cockpit, as they seem to be you can actually spot the pilots within. But you can spot, I mean, looks like Imperial dress pilots, but in any case, as they fly by and go by, you see on the text front, this is Alpha 2, Alpha 1, concurring. Seems to be a shipment of Wookiees. And they put a question mark on it, like, the fuck?
Can I use a perception check to see those pilots more closely to see if they're human?
Yeah, I would say that you could probably, like, re-roll the cameras and shit like that.
Reroll the cameras?
Like, you could basically, like, rewind your ship's camera. Just be like,
okay.
kind of like, like a flight recorder. Because they just flew... They
Oh my
intentionally...
fucking god!
Wow,
dude.
Ricky's all on it.
No, no.
No, they look... Yeah, they look human. They look, I mean, nothing seems off.
Alright.
Other than the fact that they're using old shit. I mean...
Yeah,
you
they're
know that
using
the-
all old shit.
The TIE interceptors are like, are not TIE. I mean, they're technically called TIE interceptors right now, but they're not the interceptors. But mods, RDK.
Can we get some salt water?
Saltwater? What?
The way that to check the dice.
Oh, yep.
No, these dice are too hot for being fresh out of the oven.
So he admits it. But yeah,
What?
which you'd actually hear a different tone come from the female one, is that you'd hear their little whistle of them miking up, and then just the all the same Lambda 19. Then this is very out of the ordinary. We're going to at least, and there's probably aside from him, just see who commanded this and why would you be bringing Wookiees to Nizon? They seem to actually be believing you, but at the same time, you're kind of out. They're just like, this is, for what purpose would you ever do that?
Continuously making the biggest ruckus you've ever heard.
Probably just you actually hear it, like, if you mic up during that, she'd probably actually kind of interrupt and just like, do you need assistance on your craft? We can deploy stormtroopers.
Hey
I
guys,
s-
do we want some extra weapons?
Not right now.
Negative, negative. We
Rick-
got it. We just gotta go now. We got our hands full. I'm so sorry.
I think in Sherwood, I'm just like, I'm so angry. God, I'm such a
God,
problem.
Chris, from our conversation earlier today, you're so nettled.
I'm just so very nettled. Oh, these cuffs are on so tight.
Hello, Persona.
I would say though, it does seem like it's coming. Just because it's conversation, you do see that it looks like they've readjusted the Arcanian dragon, whereas it was basically trying to fly towards you and fly below, which you know is basically a raking, where they try to get you in view of all their turbo lasers. They seem to be trying to fly above you. However, because of that, Trey, you did know that there's a rarity that they might have it. You do spot tractor beam tech.
Oh, no way.
We get the fuck out.
But they're not. It doesn't seem to be engaged. It seems more like they're just concerned. Like it seems like you've convinced them, but they're also there's probably just a. I understand you are having a crisis. Let us help you with it because we cannot allow you down if we don't know why you've come. Releasing what on. There are no projects that would require such. This is a long way from Kashyyyk.
Ricky, do we have to press a button for them to hear us, or are we just an
Yeah,
open...
it'd be a push a button, or you could set it to push a button to mute, whichever. I mean, really, it's however you want.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure we're muted, and then Ricky's gonna look at Nolan and just be like, "Look, just give them some bogus about some higher up telling us that this can't be tampered with, that this is all on us and our asses are riding on the line, and that they can't come in and that we need to go. We're on a time limit.
I'm gonna roll
It's
on one thing.
urgent."
Okay, well. D2 stays quiet.
D squared, baby. Yeah, and he's just gonna tell that to Nolan.
Excuse me. I'll roleplay half of this, but Noel's gonna do something along the lines of, "You don't know the powers that you're messing with. We have orders from higher ups. This has to remain confidential. You don't understand what you might be getting yourself into. Just please, just trust me on this one."
I'll allow a persuasion, but man, I understand I'm applying a penalty because you're telling an Imperial to just. My brother said so, dog. Believe me.
Take it off,
Right?
dude. Take it off, no!
Hold on. That's still a 14, right?
No, keep in mind, just like the 20s, the natural ones are natural ones in this one.
Oh,
Cheese
okay,
it!
Okay. Do I get to use a force point at all?
Unless the force point allows you to reroll, it's still going to be a failure, guaranteed. Unless they roll a
don't
one.
think so.
But I'm just warning you that if you want to spend it, you have to spend it before I roll. But it's like, because otherwise, then it's a skill off. If I roll a 1, she might believe you, but. Which I just imagine this is some poor comms officer rubbing the bridge of her nose.
I don't have anything that allows me to reroll a persuasion check.
So it might happen.
Wookie it?
No, I'm not.
This isn't
I'm not
this isn't
doing it.
intimidation. Intimidating a Star Destroyer. It's like I fucking love the victories, man. That's like the Imperials are cool, but the victories are.
I guess we can. Yeah. Okay. I guess we can play this as all right. Please send two stormtroopers. We'll take 2.
Give me a new reroll. That one I'll give a new one to see if they take that as bait. But to see the.
There we go.
Nikki.
Ooh. Chat. Chat's so quiet. So.
How's it going, Golden?
Yeah, there's probably just the one with just the. Oh, Golden's in your chat. They never returned to mine. I was going to answer their question they asked me. Okay. Golden, to answer your question, the what did you ask me? The yes, I do plan to get more channel redeems. I mentioned that earlier when you were AFK. I was like, yes, I have more planned. I just got to implement them. I got to devote a day to improving the channel.
And hello, Zorax. And thank you, Nikki, for the reset.
Lambda 19, tell you what, we're going to deploy Zeta 1 and 2. They're going to dock with you, and they will help you with their issue. I assure you, there are 2 stormtroopers on that craft. Although she's saying it with a little, I mean, you can almost imagine a shit-eating grin. again, feels out of normal Imperial dogma, but I would say that it's not exactly hiding the sort of. But you do see that, yes, there are 2 transport, not quite assault transport, but they are definitely the stormtrooper transport class transports launching out of their bay.
I turn to Ricky and I say, and this is muted off voice channel. Oh shit! How many Wookiees did you tell them that we had with your hacking?
We should just get the fuck out of here.
I would say at this point you do see, as it looks like the tractor beam has disengaged, and it looks like they're basically their arming systems and basically their shields are already up. But it's clear they don't believe you, but they're also like, it doesn't look like they're arming like turbo lasers. They're like, okay, this is some weirdo Imperial craft maybe, but
Ricky's just gonna be like, do we have any outfits, Imperial outfits, or did we sell them all?
Actually,
We
you're not
do.
gonna like the answer. We do have some. So let me look here. We have a single bloodied officer uniform.
That
And
is
we
mine,
have-
by the way.
We
Oh,
have
thank you,
7 broken stormtrooper
Oh.
armor sets.
All right.
I'm putting
Thank you for the
on
140
bloodied
bits, Nikki.
Officer.
also hi.
Because that one was mine. I'll put on the bloodied one just so it kind of looks like we might have gotten to a fight with the Wookiee, and that's why he was manacled.
Ricky's immediately going to look over at Crash and be like, punch him in the nose.
No.
The book literally tells me to tell you this, so I need to tell you guys this. Understand that this train of thought is going to lead to you with a direct altercation with the Star Destroyer, because the moment they find out that the stormtroopers are being attacked, they're gonna probably at least try to disable your ship, and problems. You may want to consider whether you want to either attack or run.
I feel like we need to run. There's
I'm
no.
truly on the run.
Yeah,
Team
it,
right
it
now.
gives me the full stats of the Star Destroyer. It is possible to kill it, but you'd probably have to destroy it.
We should get the fuck out of
No,
here.
clearly, we just board it and murder everyone inside.
It'll go great, I'm sure.
I'm honestly down for anything. I mean, at
No,
this point,
we're running.
that natural one.
I mean,
All right.
We have been talking about pirating a ship.
Not
Can
this
you
one.
imagine if you showed back up to the Resurgence with a Star Destroyer?
Hey guys, what's up?
We named it the Star Destroyer McDroid or Destroyer Face? Just like, God fucking damn it.
And just
Destroyer.
just for fun, we use the victory to tractor beam the Venator and bring it to.
Oh my god.
What was the call sign of the ship I was talking with? It was V-19.
What?
That's the V-19 is the classification of bomber that's in the area, but you don't see any in this area.
Okay, what's the call sign for the one I'm talking with?
The one you're talking with is the Arcanian Dragon. It's a Victory class Star Destroyer.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna look at everyone and I'm gonna say, all right, guys, buckle up. I'm gonna say, hey, Arcadian, do you copy?
Still here, Lambda.
Yes. Could you also send some D's as well?
I'm gonna hop on a gun.
There's probably just that you just hear this. Oh God! Just a click of the radio.
I shout the radio as it's turned on. These nuts, and then we're gonna hit the thrust. Fuck out of
Yeah, you can see as it looks like the V wings are all peeling off to go. Like the Alpha wing is basically trying to peel around back behind you as they move from escort back into more of a slot. But you guys are moving to ship combat, which I'm going to move over to the other one we used.
We need to move to hyperspace. Fuck.
Well, keep in mind that while the Star Destroyer itself could go in the dust cloud, in a place like this, they wouldn't be able to maintain. Like, if you go down and land, the visibility of this planet probably, the fact that it's a dust planet and that much of a storm, means that you'll probably have quite the coverage.
Yeah, fair. Just gotta get into cover.
Alone in space.
The
They
last
can.
time-
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, last time we were on this map, I nearly had a heart attack.
You need to replace some of this. Yeah, you don't have the Bado.
Sorry
You
for
don't.
that nat one, guys. Sorry for that nat one.
It's okay.
It was bound to happen eventually. Better now than later.
I mean, you really needed
That's-
like a nat 20 to make it work. So.
That's an Imperial. We're gonna shrink it down because the victory is about there, so it's still big. But you guys are also starting right next to the damn thing because it basically flew up on you. So I'll keep you guys on there because you got to roll your initiatives for shit. So I'm not gonna remove Ricky.
Wait, but I
But-
have a new icon.
Okay, then I'll delete you, and you can actually. I think a lot of you do.
Yeah. Also, I can't drag mine back out. I tried.
I will do it for you.
Thank
Crash.
you.
Maria. Ricky. No. I think Noel might still be down there somewhere, but
Yeah, I'll delete him. Yep, there we go.
Dude, this is.
I had dragged on my own icon. And...
Yes, you're now there twice. There you go.
let me get your ship out of here. So let's get.
This is the greatest rebel squad of all time. We just told a D's nuts joke to a Star Destroyer.
I just like how like she was like what do you want to say? What's the word? Humoring you for a while actually there. Just like,
For real. Oh, for real.
your ship is slightly larger than the last one, so you'd be there. And then we need the V-Wings, which will put you guys a bit further away, but you are within turbo laser distance effectively, which is not great. The other one's up here.
At least we're technically a starfighter?
We are a light freighter.
Oh, right.
And it's a good one. Although at this point I'm kind of wishing that the coin landed for speed.
Right? When you guys were talking about that, I was like listening to those two upgrades you were thinking, and I'm like, well, either of those applies to either strategy the book accounts for.
We took the one that applies to the wrong strategy, but yes.
I mean, if we live, money well spent.
I can always switch traits. We can only have one at a time. Hey, look, it's my favorite starfighter, actually.
It's a good pick, my man.
I know.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a clone flying that. I mean, jeez.
I mean, they could be dressed in Imperial pilots, but it's like
That'd be horrifying. Like, instead of just stormtroopers, like fresh stormtroopers.
These are all veteran clones.
Veteran clones.
Interestingly enough, though, you only see another wing start flying towards you. So you have two on you. You are within turbo laser distance, and then you see it looks like what they're sending in is they're sending in Gamma Wing, which in this case, when your successful roll before means that they're using the V-Wing as it is. It's a multi-role fighter, so it's like they're basically that one's basically made as an interceptor, and then what they're remaining, judging from their call signs, it's another standard escort, and then a bomber wing, which they're not sending at you.
Yes, Golden, I know what the Executor is. I don't think we can steal it.
I have some personal theories about what these Imperials are up to. About why it is they're acting weird. I'm sure everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, since those ones aren't engaging, I'm just going to have them holding action, but the Arcanian will be acting. So go ahead and roll initiatives. They are all rolling initiatives as well. I will tell you guys, the place you need to go to get past to the planet is you basically have to move your ship entirely off the map behind the token of the Star Destroyer, which means you have to fly past it. Otherwise, you could try to evade away. If you want to try to fly away, then you have to get to the south point to get to hyperspace. So it's your call what you want to do.
There's that nat 20.
There it is.
So I'll bump yours up to a... Actually, I might not even need to, but all the same. Oh.
So basically, we have to fly past the ship.
Right. If you fly to the north end, that's you flying past to the planet. If you fly to the south end, that's you getting to a point that you can hyperspace away.
So maybe it's a good thing we invested into the shields.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, well, kind of have to run a roadblock here.
Oh.
And then, I don't see Miria on there. There she is. Okay, we can leave her there. We got there, and then I'll roll for the 5 of them. A bit better. Still, the dragon only gets -2. The Alpha 3s get a +8.
Are you gonna roll for the Turtles initiative, or is it just gonna be based on ours?
You guys are based on that because whoever's piloting is the one that gets to move it.
Sweet.
It should be. Oh wait, I should actually adjust that so it's under all your guys' control. Right now, it's under the control of, I believe, Noel, but all of you have control over that token now. Okay, so Noel, you're up first.
Hold on, Deckle, I think you rolled the wrong initiative.
Let's
do you
still roll
mean?
the natural one, so don't you usually use the force?
I have to just mod it because to use the initiative button, I can't apply it to the use of force skill.
Got it.
Gotcha. All right, so I guess we're now. I can't control the spaceship.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh, I can. All right, and we're where the spaceship, or sorry, where the ship is, and not where we are, right?
Yeah, your tokens are just there so that you can be on initiative.
Okay. All right.
And then-
And what was our fly speed?
Your fly speed is. I just have that open on the other one. Your fly speed is a total of 12 squares.
12 squares. Okay. All right. And we got to go literally.
Oh wait, no, we're on starship scale. I apologize. 4 squares. Because that's if you're basically comparing to a character. So 4 squares on this map.
All right, and I'm assuming unlike my turn, I can't convert like a standard action to additional movement speed.
You can. It's just that keep in mind with that one, then if they're in your kill slot, they get a bonus to attacking, which these guys are already basically starting as.
Ooh, what do you think, guys? You think we should go for
Fucking cheese it.
Because otherwise you could.
Cheese it.
Yeah, you can basically go for speed, or you can go for basically evasive flying, which would be your other go-to action, which is basically you're focusing on evading their shots.
I
So-
think we're gonna go for evading shots because we have that shield, and we didn't go for the speed bonus before.
Yeah, and also keep in mind the turbo lasers are going to be firing. That'll apply. That same bonus applies to that. So the turbo lasers. So not a bad plan, but that's in either case you're still cheesing. So
All right, perfect.
that goes on to Alpha 1.
Well, hold on.
Oh.
I can still make an attack, right? Unless I'm
Uh,
flying.
I mean, you're piloting.
You can make an attack if for you yours is the nose cannon. They'd have to be ahead of you.
Yeah, we don't have that. Well,
Unless you could aim at these guys, but you would have had to move in their direction. Because right now you're moving, kind of. If you want to move in their direction and basically plan a path that way, you could. Or yeah, if you want to take a long distance shot at one of those ones, they are within your range.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Let me.
I'm so afraid right now.
I think it was a 3d10 plus 4.
Well, first you have to roll accuracy.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
'Cause it's
That's
only kill
fine.
slotting that you
That's my
get to use the
standard
piloting against
attack,
them.
right? That's
Yeah,
my
you can use
pilot.
piloting to attack though. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's my turn.
Dude, refresh
Uh-huh.
your page.
Yeah, probably.
You're right
I mean,
now.
you got the extra 20. I am going to warn you because of that shot as it lances past one of the beta units, the bomber squad. You see them on the tech channel. This is beta 1. We're being fired upon. Moving to engage. They were flying escort around the Star Destroyer, but now they're engaging. So. Adding them. Okay, so that moves on to Alpha 1. Let's see, do they have... Okay, yep. Alpha 1 is going to try to outpilot you, so if you want to give me a piloting roll, Noel, you can try to outpilot as he tries to get in your kill slot.
You know what? Hold on. Give me 1 second. 'Cause, I mean, that's high, but I'm assuming I'm going up against trained pilots as well. Yeah, I got a lot of force points. Alright, I'll stick with the 29.
Okay, yeah, you managed to evade it.
Good.
So he does not get the additional bonus. So, again, he is going for a targeted shot, not an auto fire, so if he misses, so he won't be able to use the free attack. So he only gets the singular. If he tries to take a shot, it looks like they're targeting a specific system. Ooh. What is the current AC of the ship?
Yeah, probably Saga Rare Golden.
Reflex defense, fortitude defense 26. Amazingly enough, though, he actually misses because
Wow.
your piloting roll is quite high. He has to beat that,
Yeah. Ooh, look
and
at all
he's also system targeting.
Oh, right, that's a thing in ship combat.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to get the fuck out of here.
All right, so this goes on to Ricky.
I forget what we roll for attacking in a ship. I really need to just make a thing for it, which I'll probably do not on my turn.
If you're kill shotting somebody, you can use piloting, and then you have to succeed to get a free shot on it. Otherwise, you can just use your base attack, your standard range attack, and then the ship's weapons are considered masterwork. So +1 over that. So base attack plus ranged.
The ship only has one turret, right?
It should be on the stat sheet, and I hope you guys are looking at that here, so it's not.
I am. We have two guns. We have the.
Yeah, you have a
pilot
nose
suit.
cannon. Yep,
Yeah.
nose cannon and the other one, and you guys can cause a different one to fire. Just understand the nose cannon is limited to a 30-degree angle. Has to be in your forward view, which there are 2 bombers there right now, and the Star Destroyer itself. But
What was that nose cannon damage?
the nose cannon damage, it's on the light double, which is 40-10 times 2. It gives a +2, so a total of a -3 if you use auto fire. 40-10 times 2.
And I get a +4 on that as well, I believe.
So do we add our attack bonus to the weapons attack bonus?
Which attack bonus are you referring to?
Like if I'm sitting in the gunner seat, do I add my personal base attack bonus?
Your base attack and your dexterity. Yes.
Okay, plus the +2 from the ship.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And you can still take a -5 to auto fire if you like.
So it'd be. Sorry, laptop.
You're good.
I get a +8 modifier.
So right now my attack bonus is 7 plus 2 would be 9, so it would be roll a d20 plus 9 to hit. Oh, plus dex, so still
You mean auto fire deals half damage, but then doesn't. But then the shield applies for more, unless you're doing a targeted strike, in which point then it only deals the 1, unless you manage to pierce. Because then basically you're dealing more damage to that system.
Gotcha.
And then critical hits always take out a system if the shield is down, or if it's
No.
pierced the shield.
I'm just gonna do a targeted fire on this first ship here.
Okay, the one that just attacked.
Yeah, and I want to target its. Can we target on the smaller ships?
Yeah, go and target. You can.
Okay, cool. Then I'll target. Oh shit! It didn't give me the option to add the +12 to that, so
That's a 20.
yeah, the 20 to hit. And I'm going for engines.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage first.
And what'd you say
Yes.
damage was again? You said 2d10?
Sorry, I gotta go back.
For the ship cannon,
Yeah,
it is 3d10.
4D. I have 4d10.
4d10
4d10 times 2.
times 2. So 50.
Kirk, you're looking at the shuttle.
What?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay, that does beat his threshold since he's using fort defense, even with the shield reduced by 10, but that still beats the threshold, because that'd be 35 over the 33. So, yeah, you actually managed to knock out the shields with a volley. I mean, not the engines, excuse me, with a volley. As some of it does pierce through the shields, and his shield power does go down to 60%.
Excellent.
We're gonna put that one with a snail. Okay, crash.
Okay. I did update my ship cannon attack. And I was already in a gunner seat, like in the rear, starting to like cheese it, so I'm sorry. I'm still trying to find like the ship, like the actual ship sheet that you were talking about.
Here, let me reply to it. Follow that reply.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I'm just, Are multiple people able to operate the gunner seat?
Not normally, no.
Oh, well then. Okay, then I guess I wasn't in the gunner seat.
Yeah, I need you guys to establish that beforehand, I think. Because, like, if you guys just declare you're doing it, then you're in the seat.
Yeah, I just essentially ran to the gunner seat because I assumed at the start of combat we were all in the cockpit dicking around.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's
Just
just-
wasn't in it.
One of y'all stated before my D's and X jokes that y'all were running to.
It was me. I'm not worried about it. I don't want to detract from our combat right now. It's fine.
Okay.
My bad.
You're good. Okay, so there's no open gunner seats then.
You could take over the nose cannon for Stormy if you want, but in which point then he gets a bigger increase to his piloting and you get a bonus to accuracy. Because basically then he's not split. Basically you'd be functioning as co-pilot.
A Wookiee co-pilot? Unheard of.
Right. Yeah, I'll do that, I guess. And then so nose, so it's got to be in front of us. It's a
Yes.
30-degree angle, so it's really only these guys way up here.
Yeah, and they're turning towards you right now, so it's like because they just got shot at, so...
I literally have nothing else to do. I'm just gonna take a shot at the
Nice.
slightly closer one.
Okay.
Nice.
Good hit.
Okay.
Damage applied. And his shields drop to 60% as well. As you do some hull damage as well. Alright. Yeah, that's you moving in. That goes on to them. And actually, that is, yeah, both beta. Beta 2. You guys get an alert on your thing as you see that you're getting locked on. Seems to be missile lock as he's going to be spending his time to aim that. He's going to fly towards you. Can move how many squares? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and he could have the astromech actually finish the aiming so he could take a shot. Okay. You would see as he flies towards you, and you can see the little astromech droid kind of spinning as he rotates in, and you'd hear the lock go from a beeping to a solid locked on, and you'd see as a blue missile unveils out of the ship and launches towards you as it looks like a proton torpedo.
Do I get a pilot check against that?
Yep, you do. You have to beat his attack roll. Ooh, sizable roll. Standing on that one, the proton torpedo is going to fly back past into open space. That does mean that they're not fucking around now, because a proton torpedo would.
Yeah, they just spent a lot of money to try and kill us.
Yeah.
I mean, you just shot at them, so now it's like, okay, we were light-handing you guys. That's. But sure enough, Beta 1, who just took a shot from you, is going to be doing almost the exact same thing. He does move a little closer to his friend, and he's going to try to lock on, use his astromech to finish the lock, and then... Oh. You still get another piloting roll, although this one does start taking penalties because you're taking subsequent... You're dodging laser fire and 2 missiles, but...
I'm not trained in pilot to assist.
Okay. Easily missed. I'll make sure I sit on it before I... That's those...
Yeah.
Okay, then it's those ones, then it goes back on to... Okay, that's one of the ones that are coming to assist. So this would be on Alpha 3 and 4. So he flies up and he's going to auto-fire at you guys. So they only add +1 to this. So 15 plus your... How many ranks or what's your total modifier to pilot? Because that adds directly to your AC. 13. So the 14 turns into a 27, so that'll miss. So you take half damage off of 3d10 times 2.
That goes to our shields, right? First.
Correct. And your DR, too. So your DR will... Because your hull will also eat that. So 11 turns to 22. Which your shields are 30, so that only depletes the shields and doesn't even reduce their value. So, yeah. That's the nice thing, is they have to roll really high to get through you. Alpha 4 is also coming in, doing the same. Ooh. So, another hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one will pierce the shields, which brings you down your shield rating down to a 25 for now. You can recharge that at the shields, basically. But what is your... Because I do believe you have DR, too. Yes, 15. So none of that's going to even damage your actual hull. You don't lose any hit point ratings, but you do feel it as the ship rocks from the shots. And your shield rating drops to 25. And then it's Alpha 2. They're trying to get a kill shot on you, since the Alpha 1 didn't get it. So this one you can anti-piloting, but you're taking a total of a -4. This is your 4th consecutive piloting roll in 1 round. Which you can do, basically. I mean, that's still pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you managed to evade him. You're basically pulling up. You remember Iceman in the end of Top Gun? That's kind of what you're doing here. You're dodging missiles, and you got these guys like basically barrel rolling after you. And it's like, oh fuck. Probably sense you that, okay, yeah, these guys feel a little bit better than those Tau gunboats you fought, even though they're flying worse ships. This one though, since he's not getting the kill slot, you'd hear the beep of a lock-on, but because he is trying to dogfight you, he cannot use the astromech. But if he gets in a kill slot and fires that missile, you guys are in deep shit. So I will put a marker on him since... Let's see. We'll put that one. So that one's... Basically, don't let him roll the next or win the next roll, or you're probably getting a missile off the tailpipe. The Venator... Or not the Venator, excuse me, the Victory. The Arcanian...
There's a big difference.
Yeah, there's a big difference. The Victory is... You see it actually firing its maneuvering jets as you realize it's rotating. It looks like it's trying to flip to its turbo laser side on you, but that's going to take it probably 2 turns to finish, which is bad considering they probably have probably around 16 turbo lasers up there. They do have a couple down here, which they are going to fire, and the tractor beam does try to grab you. You are smaller than... Oh, no, you're not. You are colossal, so they can try to grab you.
I guess we're having a prison break episode.
Give me a grapple check. This is not penalized by your pipe, so basically just give me a d20. This will be your 13 plus your grapple rating's 9, so it's already a 23.
Just a flat d20.
Yep, because that's adding to the your grapple check. Yeah, you're easily breaking free of that. They only have the one, and then they do have... What's down here? This is their ventral, which would be their... They have a heavy ion and 2 heavy turbo lasers.
Question.
What's up?
Can we get Jordan McDroid face on the ship?
You don't have a droid. That's an upgrade to get him to access the ship. What are you trying to get him to do? He can repair stuff, but...
Yeah, I was hoping that he could
Oh!
repair the ship.
He could repair the shields, yeah, that is something in his purview.
Okay.
So... Yeah, I can have him act here before the Star Destroyer, since he probably would have been working on that. Warden droid. Gonna have to re-tag him. Alright, so we'll just put him there because now he's before it, and we'll give him a roll. He does have to make, and in this case, it would be mechanics. Did a DC 20. He adds 15. Ship bonus would be another +5 for mechanic to fix. So yeah, he manages to restore the ship by 5, putting it back to 30. Troy just here. I love shield systems. Screw you, lightsabers.
As long as he doesn't roll a natural 1, he can fix the shields.
Okay, that's good then.
Wow.
Because that's 5, and he's adding. Okay, but that is going to be the heavy ion and 2 heavy turbos. Yes. So, and they do get the good AC. The ion, oof. Downside of ion is it's a guaranteed hit on a system when they hit, and they are multiplied by 5 against that system. So it's very likely to disable a system. Your weapon system has just gone down, as it's just taken 104 damage.
Wow.
It's ion damage, so it's fixable, but it means you have to repair 104 damage before it turns back on. Oh, you do have 2 weapon systems. I gotta roll for... Oh, no, with that... No, that is both. But it does mean that if you repair half of it, you'd get 1 system back. The turbo lasers are firing. Oh, God. 1 crit.
Been nice knowing you guys.
That's gonna take out a system, too. Oh! Shields! Oh, no. Run!
Yeah, we gotta turn around and just jump to hyper.
Yeah, that is ×5 shot. Luckily, it doesn't deal extra damage on a crit, it just takes out a system. And the other turbo laser.
Wait, I thought he needed 2 turns to do these.
He still has turbo lasers on the bottom. There's
Oh,
16 on top. That's 16 of these attack rolls if he flips.
What did I just come back to?
They crit. They hit you with an ion cannon, taking out both weapons, and then they just crit with the turbo laser. And the problem is you guys are.
I thought they were
Sorry?
turning.
They are turning. There's 16 on top. This is 3.
Oh my god.
Our shields and weapons are down. We need to turn around and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we're
Be very wary. You can't turn on a dime. You might want to just book it for the. I would, if you want my GM advice, crash into the planet, because otherwise you will have to spend at least a turn turning around with a good roll from Noel. A bad roll, it'll take 2, and they'll be flipped over, and they'll be shooting up your ass.
We'll die.
If you basically gun it and overgun it into the planet, you'll crash because you'll be going in blind. Because if you do a proper planet fall, it's slow. But if you basically gunned it, you could do a run action and basically take 16 squares. They wouldn't be able to do anything but chase you. The turbo lasers would fire. As long as they don't get a critical hit on your reactor, you won't die. I would highly recommend putting your mechanics on the reactor to prevent such a thing. Because keep in mind, heroes can maintain the reactor with force points. You can basically prevent your own death. But... So you can basically guarantee it if you get there. But if you turn around, they might just fully just rake every system you have. And if you lose engines, you're fucked. Because the last one... Are they auto-firing? No, turbo lasers are single shot. So yeah, that is a miss. Another turbo laser shot does fly by you. But that does still multiply by freaking 5 for that hit. So that is still a massive amount. Yeah, your shield system just blew out. That's not even ion damage. Which probably the only reason I'm not going to roll damage on Jordy for a feedback is his shield can take that. But probably just cursing coming from him. Because keep in mind, Starship Combat, your ship is not a starfighter in terms of turning. That's only in the terms of dogfighting maneuverability, which means you have to U-turn. And with only 4 squares of U-turn, that means 2 squares of turning each quarter of a turn. That's just me as a DM. Do what you want. If you want to try to jump away and reapproach, perfectly viable.
It's Miria's turn.
Whose turn is it?
Miria, if you have anything you would like to do, Miria, I don't know what you could.
All I could really do is aid someone else.
I could possibly use some aid on the upcoming pilot check for this planet crash.
I will try to give Noel guidance.
Alright.
Okay.
I guess it's my turn.
Yep.
And with this pilot check, we'll be we'll be gunning it.
If you go for the run,
And I guess I'll instruct Jordan McJoyface to start working on. Ooh.
you do have 2 mechanics if you get
Yeah.
Ricky off the, because like you could basically keep your engines and your reactors on.
I was about to say, Ricky, you're gonna have to jump on that reactor for me. That's not too bad. That's a 28.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I still have 7 force points left.
Are you going to go for the run action then? Basically get 4 times your movement.
Absolutely.
So 16 squares.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Which Alpha 1 is disabled. So that's its droid trying to fix it. Making progress, but that's not going to get fixed anytime soon. I'll probably just remove him. Ricky. God, my music is really upbeat for this. My favorite character in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, I haven't been wanting to talk over narratives. I haven't been responding to my chat.
I'm just trying to think on that now. I like Darth Talon a lot.
Alright, you guys can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yep.
Alright, I had to reconnect my fucking laptop. It's retarded.
My
sorry
Discord's been
about that.
failing a lot today.
Okay, so the ship needs to be stabilized or repaired or something?
Basically, it's not currently. I mean, your shields and your other stuff could be brought back up, but at this stage, it's like if they take another hit, if you're stationed on the reactor, you can basically prevent it from going catastrophic, even in the event of an instant death. So it's like it's very important that you keep an engineer there during most combats. But so it's like in this case, you're going to want droidy on one, and then probably someone to do the exact same thing on the engines. If they take out either of those, you're like if they take out the engines, you're getting boarded. If they take out the reactor, you could instant die.
Okay.
If he
Can
might-
I have
If you
meta
lose the
knowledge?
reactor, oh, go ahead.
Can I have some meta knowledge of droidy's? Because I assume both of those are for mechanics, right?
Yeah, droidy adds 13 to mechanics, and then he gets a +5 to working on the ship because the ship has basically it gets a +5 to all rolls against it. So he's adding 18.
Then I want droidy on reactor. He has force points, right? No.
Yes, he now has force points. Yes,
Okay.
Heh.
And what level is he?
he is He is effectively level 5.
Okay. So he's got enough to keep us alive. So I'm gonna station on engines. Is there any way I can bring back like shields and shit from the engines, or would I need to be on reactor?
Reactor would have that control because it would turn it back to wherever it was, getting the shields back up from them being down because of damage, like because of like being used. You'd need to be on shield control, but you could right now. It just has no power.
Well, I guess I could just have droidy do that. Yeah.
Oh no, but it did blow out to lethal damage though. That's the problem. It's not ioned. The thing
You
that
can
got ioned
repair
was
the
your
whole
weapons.
system.
Yeah, your whole shields just got wiped out by that crit.
Oh, I thought you said it could be brought back up though.
Normally, I was speaking of just like the system, like the rule system, but like I had forgotten that because that took a crit and it took over your threshold of damage twice. That system is literally most likely just gone. Because
Well,
that was a
that's-
very very bad shot from a very very big ship. This is the downside of since this ship is one size category larger than the one you had originally. It's colossal size, which means the Star Destroyer gets bonuses against because it's Star Destroyers have a hard time hitting things smaller than colossal. And so if you're in the gargantuan one, that's one step smaller. So unfortunately, you're an easy target for them.
That sucks. I love this turtle. So
You're probably okay. It's like this isn't like Crash. Like you're gonna probably blow up. It's just this is just gonna probably be a little gross.
Well, I mean, it's fine either way. We still have the shuttle, so you can always get onto the shuttle and ditch the ship if need be. So I guess I'm just gonna station on engines, and then is there any action I can really do from here from engines?
Engines. You can basically boost the speed. You basically do a mechanics roll, and you can add speed to the pilot roll. Basically, there's a bunch of things that the other positions can do still.
Sweet. I was gonna ask if I could like add juice to it, so that's perfect.
Yeah. Pretty much any roll or defense that the ship does, there's something you can do on that station. You just need to basically just like think, well, is there a way to do it?
All right, 29 to boost speed.
Okay, so looking at that, the DC starts at a 15, goes up by 5 per. So that'd be 15 for 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, your speed just went up by 5, which does apply the round it is in. You did the run action, so that would be a total of another 16 squares, as you give a sizable boost to the speed. You literally you just doubled the ship's speed.
Excellent.
So you could move that right now. This would be at the point of Stormies.
Another
I will do that.
16.
So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16?
Yep. Which is you're basically flying around them as they're basically turning. Which, fun fact about the Star Destroyer, if you don't know, both Imperial levels of Star Destroyer, not the Executor class, the sides have no turbo laser coverage, which you're currently at. When they're halfway through turning, that's a very good place to be.
Excellent.
That little trench along the side is actually all other shit. They have them on the lip of it, but if you're small enough to fly within it, it's a good spot to be.
I'm glad we're there. Alright. I think that's everything I can do.
Crash?
Okay, so we have Droidy Droid Face on the reactor, and when they have then we have Ricky on the engines, right?
Correct.
The other systems that are down are shields, which we really can't do anything about.
Shields just took massive damage.
Okay, and then other than that, the weapon systems are down, but it almost feels kind of pointless to try and repair those, you know? So, can I run to the engines? Well, no, I don't know. Can I also try to juice the engines? Just give us another little bit.
Yeah,
of movement?
technically everyone can juice the engines. It's just
Is there a risk involved with that?
yes.
Ah,
Cool.
If you fail by
What's
too
the
much,
risk?
the ship. If you fail by 5 or more, then basically any bonuses can be lost, which in this case have already been spent, which would probably just come out of any other future one. But because it basically just applies the turn. I guess I should be able to do that piecemeal. Otherwise, if you fail by 10 or more, then you could disable the system. That's a roll. You would be able to prevent that.
So, Chris, I'm gonna suggest you don't do that.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's this one do? It's just power. We need more power, guys.
I mean,
Pushes the power button.
I'm trained in mechanics. Like, I'm not a bad mechanic.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a gamble still, right?
I'm not doing it because it's a gamble. Like, Crash is a good
will say-
mechanic.
I will say, Crash. Keep in mind. Oh wait, no, because again, I keep forgetting because it took the crit and it took over fucking 200 damage.
I'll tell you what. I really can't do anything that's going to help here more than my teammates.
You could try to intimidate them.
No, I think what I'm going to do actually is I don't know how this would work, Cursive. I don't know if this is possible. Would it be possible to, I guess, ready an action for like after we're starting to crash to kind of like once it's out of our control, right? And like we're being pulled into the planet. Can I guess, group hug everybody I can and just absorb damage for them?
Not so much that. I will allow you to basically maybe roll mechanics to try to strap people into crash seats. How about that?
Okay, but I'll just hold an action to do that because we don't need that right now.
That takes an action. You guys do have to take an action because you might fail to strap yourself in the midst of a crash. At which point you do launch. At which point, enjoy the ball.
Yeah, whenever that becomes relevant, I'm gonna do that. But right now, it's not really relevant.
Like,
so.
Brace for impact is literally a talent that the pilot class can get that literally just gives everybody a free chance to brace. But you actually have to take a bracing action, which, if you're in a seat, involves just latching in. That's why a lot of pilots do that as soon as they go into fight. But so you can go around and take actions to basically go and make sure people are braced. Droidy is not really a concern because he has magnet feats. If he knows a magnetic feat, it's the droid rate. It literally is. They're always considered bracing for a crash. That's basically. But
I guess Knowles technically doesn't have to go anywhere, right?
yeah,
So
Noel is strapped in. I mean,
Okay,
well,
so
you could strap him in though if you want. It's like,
yeah, I'm gonna strap Nolan for sure. You're going nowhere, my little dentist.
Thanks, buddy.
It does take the same action to unstrap. So
Okay. So do you need a mechanics roll, or is that just kind
no,
of a
that's
thing?
just you doing it. You
Okay.
just if you have the rank, you know how to do it. It's basically you're making sure they're supported.
Okay, cool. And that's it? Yeah, that's it.
You're standing to do so, which means you're not strapped until you take the action yourself.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, the ships that are like number one, you broke the lock, so none of them are going to be able to stay on you. They can chase you. They are certainly faster, but they are going to. Even these guys are going to have to U-turn, which they're going to have to make a roll, and then even just to get up back on you, but you're moving so fast that they're just basically going to have to double move to pursue. And you basically have what is effectively 5 fighters screaming after you. Go down the line then. Well, these bombers. They technically can try to lock on, but they've already fired a rocket, so they're just going to try to. They're going to not fire because they'd rather maintain. Or basically, they're expecting you to keep flying. They want to stay on your ass.
Little did you know, we're going to keep crashing.
I mean, the moment you start crashing, they might reevaluate their decisions.
We just see a bunch of starfighters plow into the ground.
Yeah, they move 6 at 24. They all can get up there, so they're just all pretty much going to start flying in. Kind of a formation behind you is if they focus on chasing you, they can definitely get there, but they're not going to be able to take an action to attack. Although with your speed boosted the way you have it, you managed to maintain that one, Ricky. They're going to be left in the dust even with that.
That's the plan.
The Star Destroyer is continuing its turn. It's now halfway. Although keep in mind, it's only one more turn to basically then like it'll get half of its shots on you, which is bad. So,
By then, we'll be on the other side. It will have turned the wrong way.
Get to the edge of the map. Do not fail your engine rolls at this point. That's what I'm telling you. Androidy is just standing by for the vendor is going to get it. It has one really bad shot if you're in the spine, so they are going to basically have to make blind shots. So only turbo lasers. Still, they don't have improved critical with -12 because they would get 6 or -6. That'd be a +2. Still 21. Does not hit you. So a turbo laser does fly by, kind of near you. We'll just say kind of flies past the cockpit as you're kind of cartwheeling past.
I don't like this.
Yeah, considering how much those things, they're 70, 10 times 5.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's how much damage. That's why it dealt 200 damage. Which
Fucking crit. Jesus.
goes back to Miria.
I'm just gonna strap in.
Is there any like force guidance or something you can do, or?
You need battle meditation.
Yeah.
All I can do is aid the person
Right?
sitting next to me, I guess.
Can you force push?
Push the. Come on.
I mean, with the destiny
Star
point, I
Killer
could.
shit.
With the destiny point, it's possible for me to move a Victory class Star Destroyer, but not against its engines.
All right, no, important turn then. Don't roll a 1 here, buddy.
Alright.
You'll-
Shippy McShip face.
Hey, 26.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, that'll be enough for you to run again, which I think with the baseline speed, it still maintains from Ricky. Well, on Ricky's turn, that as long as he adds even a little, because you're doing it now.
10, 11, 12, 13, and then 14. Map stops.
Well, because keep in mind, you still function on the normal speed. Ricky would have to maintain at that point. That's why he adds the speed there with that system. So keep in mind, you guys are 4, so that'd still be. Oh no, yeah, you're right.
4
So
times
you're
4
running.
is 16, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm
full
thinking of the running. I'm thinking of double move. Yeah, so that does get you to the end, which it because of this encounter, it immediately stops. Normal open space, it doesn't, but that's you literally, that's supposed to be the edge of the planet. So that's you basically flying directly into the dust cloud, which you do see the V-wings are peeling off. The interesting thing is you do get, because it doesn't stop any sort of communication, the Arcanian dragon starts warning you. They're like, the groundscape is not conducive to a crash. Pull up now. The pilots are pulling back as you see them peeling off.
Nailed it.
Do I still get my turn to brace?
Yes, you guys do have a turn to brace because this is now a crashing turn. Because there's a chance that Noel can land it, but you guys will have a turn after this. So basically, Noel's turn will be the final turn in the crash.
Noel, pull this off. You can do it.
Okay, so I want to take an action to brace, and is there any way I can aid in any way the landing?
The best way you can do is you could move to the engines at this point are kind of they're not damaged. You could brace and Droidy. If you could get basically a critical success would enable the shields for a round. So it's like you could basically negate damage to the ship. Because like the shields would then apply their 30 because you know they're fully charged. The system went down.
Alright, so I need Droidy to get a crit success.
Yeah, one of you two has to. You're basically giving yourselves 2 rolls, and only a crit success would get it for a round. And it would basically be you guys timing it for, we have 1 shot to get the timing. Anything else would be, probably you did it, but too late or too early.
Alright,
Basically,
so
to negate 30 damage to the ship.
let's do this! Okay, 25.
I need to make a pilot check in tandem with that, right?
Yours is the final check. The crash is all done on your final check, and that's going to be how well we crash. Just keep in mind, again, natural 1 would be catastrophic in that case. Be wary of that.
Couldn't Crash aid?
Yes.
Since he's in co-pilot?
Well, co-pilot, in that case, you'd probably want to aid in the same way that you and Droidy are right now. Rather than give him a bonus, you'd probably want to try to pilot. Because you'd want to it would take the better of the two. So, because unless you both rolled 1s, it wouldn't be a catastrophe.
That's awesome.
Because basically it safeguards you from the 1 critical failure then.
Alright, let's see if Droidy can get a crit success.
Yeah, Droidy is going to be locked in. I will... Negative. Small chance as it is.
Gotta take it.
Still worth a shot.
So at this stage, I have Miria is locked in, Nola's locked in, Droidy is locked in. You moved and did a check. So that puts it back to you, Crash. You could go and sit in the pilot seat. You could lock yourself in. You could go in the pilot seat, give the extra roll to defend against a critical failure.
What, wait,
or-
did that negate my lock-in?
Well, yeah, because you had to move to the reactor.
Oh. Okay.
What's the economy involved with moving to Ricky and locking him in, and then...
That would be your crashing turn.
Add. Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
So you have a severe choice here, Crix.
So I can either take the pilot chair and attempt to hit a nat 20.
Well, it's
Or
not even a nat
the
20. It's basically if you roll anything but a natural 1, then that means in the case of Noel rolling a natural 1, we'd use yours instead because then it's not a critical failure. Even though your modifier would be way less. But
You're
Is
just
Ricky
trying not to.
guaranteed- Is Ricky guaranteed to go flying into the mist?
I mean, you are too in that case, yeah. You guys are both gonna likely jostle.
Man, I'll be okay. I'll live. Unless
I mean-
the whole thing explodes, and then we'll all die. Peachy game.
True. I'm gonna have to go with like being safe for the group. I'm gonna take a seat and
Crit
I guess
success
make that
right
roll.
now.
I mean, if you roll critical success, again, we use yours, and then that's you basically just...
wasn't in that one.
Not in
It's
that
supposed
one.
to be I thought it was supposed to be.
It's supposed to be pilot, so I'm ignoring the modifier to it. It's basically you roll the 2 plus whatever his pilot is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But, alright, so I guess that puts us to Noel then. Hey, you rolled great actually, so...
Yeah.
Still, it's good to safeguard because catastrophe is literally, well, if you don't have a force point, you're dead.
Oh
But-
yeah, I mean I have force points. I will safeguard because I am
We already
strong in the Force, so I do have a lot of Force points.
That's a good feat, yeah. Ooh.
And I'll burn one just in case, and I now have 6 Force points left.
Nice.
31?
Oh, fucking 31.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also eating ice cream right now, so not very talkative.
You're right. Oh, hello. I have Raiders. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't see you.
What's up, Raider?
VTuber Xavier, thank you for the raid. Hello, Alti.
You guys showed up just in time to watch us plummet into a planet and die.
Well, yeah.
Actually, because he spent the force point, that puts Stormy above 31, so the crash is rather minor. It is still going to potentially damage the ship, which I do need to basically roll against. And it is going to deal half its damage to those that aren't locked in, which isn't too terrible. But it's going to be 2d6 times 4. And then times 2 for you guys, effectively. So 12 damage to Crash and Ricky in this case.
Oh.
Which isn't terrible. It could have been a lot worse. You did a very good land. It's like the damage goes obscenely high if you get a catastrophic. But in this case, it's minor. That's not actually going to do much to the ship because that is enough to pierce the R a little. So, but you managed to actually kind of skid down in an area outside of a large city, which, you know, there's only the one city on there, which at least is the right place you're looking for. Probably the landing struts take a bit of strain as you kind of nosedive into the dirt a bit.
He
Yeah.
scrapes his knee.
Yeah, I think Crash just bangs his forehead on like the wheels in front of him.
In fact,
Controls.
in fact,
Always
after
have-
after the crash landing, Ricky like barges into the cockpit, like just pissed off. Just, he's just like, "What the
Don't
fuck
have
are
it.
you guys doing out here? Look what you fucking did to my knee!" And there's just gonna
Noel,
be like a little
Noel's having
scrape.
the time of his life.
Noel, I just imagine Noel's like, let's do that again.
Noel's like, man, this is nothing like Nanosoft Flight Sim. As he basically,
Nanosoft Flight Sim,
as
yes.
he basically insinuates that all of his pilot experience.
Thank you for the hydrant and the posture.
As he basically insinuates that all of his flight experience has been virtual.
I absolutely love Golden's point in my chat. If the entire crew had died because of a D's nuts joke to an Imperial.
Yeah, right.
Would have been worth it.
Yes, absolutely.
What a way to go.
D's not.
But yeah, the city that you see near you, and yeah, the ship's mostly working, so your systems are all, I mean, pretty much just fine. You just took some superfluous damage and the shields need repairs, which either Ricky sticking around here, which you probably, I mean, from a meta standpoint might want to do, or you could have, I mean, also, I guess it begs the question, I mean, I wouldn't use them in the case of this combat, so it doesn't change anything, but if you had brought any of the other NPCs you've acquired, they could potentially be on your ship. I don't know if you would have left them on the Resurgence or not, but I usually
That's up
have
to
them.
I have my son.
But in any case, you could, Jordy could work on the ship as you're going to get the thing on, but it's the only one that really needs major repair is the shields. And keep in mind, even though it's considered destroyed, doesn't mean you have to replace it. It's just no, that means it's going to probably take some time to repair.
Yes.
I can communicate with Droidy via comms, right?
Yes.
Is he fast?
I mean, what do you mean by fast?
Does he move more than 4 squares per turn?
Yes.
Okay, then he's
Moves
relatively
fine.
fast. Oh, excellent. He's a little bit faster than me.
Wow.
Actually, can he pilot the shuttle?
He doesn't really have a piloting skill. He doesn't have that upgrade now. That was one of the ones I did not put on my list.
Damn it.
All right, folks. I just want to say that we got to our destination without catastrophic damage, without loss of life.
Tell that to my knee.
You know, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
You can see that the city near you is a major metropolis. It's the only big city that you really saw in scanners. There's starship traffic, so it must have a spaceport. Probably the only one the planet has. It seems to be built on a flat, rocky region between a large mountain and a rough badland of valleys and hills. You kind of nestled your nose into one of those said valleys. There's a construction on the mountain overlooking the city, but from here it's impossible to tell what they're building. But the starship traffic is regular enough to suggest the presence of more than just Imperial forces in the local population. You can see small freighters from different companies. They're both landing and taking off. They don't seem to have Imperial markings or standard Imperial broadcasts, so it's probably privately owned. Which means at least there's probably other species, so you probably won't stick out like sore thumbs.
That's good.
But you do pick up also transceiver broadcasts from patrols on the far side of the city. You'll probably have to work on concealing it at this point.
Yeah.
There's probably Imperial ground patrols, or those V-Wings could easily do flyovers. The level of rock and dust in here would mean that the Victory probably can't stay in atmosphere for long. Like they can't do an air park.
That's a good thing. I don't want to be orbital bombarded.
I mean, they can still do that. Keep in mind, they could still do a raising run. That's Star Destroyers can do that from high orbit.
Yeah.
So, hear me out. I know that you guys love Ricky, but I suggest that Ricky stays with the ship, and you guys take Droidy McDroid phase with y'all, for 2 reasons. A, I'm excellent with comms. I can probably use a used computer check to keep the ship kind of stealthed. And B, I can pilot the shuttle to you guys super fast if necessary.
It's not a bad idea.
It's a pretty solid idea.
I mean, if Aya doesn't want to, but there's plenty I can do from distance because of me being a scoundrel and
Yeah.
very high tech.
Yeah, Ricky can literally be the man behind the computer, so to speak.
I'm the man in the van.
Man in the chair.
I mean, I've done it. I've done that stuff on other characters in Pathfinder, so I don't have an objection to it. It's just understand that you will be removed from it, and that does mean anything that comes through the ship you will be alone for. So just make sure that you're aware for that.
I really hate splitting parties, but I kind of think he's right. Like otherwise, because if we lose our ship, then we're just stranded.
Yeah, then we're just stranded here. I mean, I love stealing ships, but I also love the turtle.
Well, and having the ability to nope out with a shuttle at some point is a really good idea.
Yeah, I'm really
Yeah.
glad we got that upgrade to the shuttle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I do like a survival check to try and like add some, I don't know, some camouflage to like around our ship outside?
Yeah, you could do that. I will also say, because you didn't damage the ship, you could pick it up and fly it away somewhere else. Keep in mind, you didn't take any damage to the engine system. So you could try to fly it to, like, if they have a cave, that'd be the best, or one of the valleys. That would increase the difficulty of being found.
Oh,
So they do a
yeah.
flyover. So like
Yeah.
a cave would be probably pristine. They'd have to literally search the cave.
I would,
But-
I would definitely plan on reparking the ship and then taking the shuttle into the city. That's kind of like my plan. I just wanted to deal with the ship more than
But-
anything. This wouldn't be like me permanently being gone. It's just you guys still have access to me.
That would be to start a piloting check to find a good spot. So probably from Stormy.
It's cool, Stormy.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hey.
Look at this ace pilot. I love it.
Google Flight Sim is getting real serious these days.
Right?
So you do manage to find yourself a rather deep cave that you actually managed to move down and fly down, and even down a bit of a level to a point that you're in the back and down an incline that'd be a pain to climb. Since you're planning to take a shuttle out, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But you do manage to find a bit of a shelf in the cave that you can land on that the shuttle could then leave out of. You'd have to basically park the nose at a point the shuttle could disengage because it comes off your nose. Because you might it was mentioned that this one, it's very difficult to launch this ship. Actually, you just have to do it mid-flight. You just probably get at least everybody in the shuttle and then launch them, and then you'd land it and be picked up. Because keep in mind, you can't launch on this Corellian craft. You can't launch or detach the shuttle while it's landed.
Interesting.
Cool. Ricky will hop into the shuttle.
That's
Let Stormy park the ship, and then Ricky will like park the shuttle so that he can drop everybody off at the metropolis, and then fly back to the ship, do some repairs, and then come back. Essentially,
I think it's supposed to be on the underside and inverted.
yeah.
in the show. It's on the tail on the top.
That's
The
a different
VC
model. That's
Oh,
a different.
So
gotcha.
the VCX is in a show.
I thought it was.
The VCX is in the Rebels one, but that's a different one.
Okay.
Oh,
So this
okay.
one, you can see it in the picture, and you can actually see where the shuttle is. You can see it
Yeah,
underneath the chin
cool.
cannon,
I got you. Makes sense.
and it literally mentions it in its stat block. So yeah, no, I'm not.
No, I got you. I thought it was the same one for some reason.
I didn't even know. I've never watched Rebels because I didn't think it was
So
going to be good. Is it?
Genuinely so good, dude. You should watch it.
Okay. Noted. That'll be my next binge.
It's a
And
minor
there-
thing in the end, so it's not a huge issue. It's just simply.
Yeah, no. Good to know.
All
But
right,
yes,
cool.
at this point you can do a mechanics, a survival, or it's just straight up stealth to basically try to rig tarp wall or other local things to try to add to the stealth check.
Oh, cool. Stealth?
Yeah.
I've got you guys covered.
I will.
That is literally my
aid
best skill.
The fun part about this,
with-
the fun part about this one is all of you roll on this one, and you make a giant total that the patrols will be rolling against you daily, and if their total ever beats your total, then they found you.
Oh, okay. So I can't add my coordinate to this roll because I'm not aiding. I'm actually actively doing something.
Correct.
Okay.
You're just making a giant pile,
Uh-oh.
which.
Pretty decent pile by the looks of it.
What do we got? 48, 50, 63.
Can
Yeah.
I add a force point to mine or no?
Yeah, you can.
I'm
That's
gonna add a
80.
force point just for the
Oh
sake
yeah,
of-
same. Shit. I didn't think
How
I could
about
add
an
force
extra
point.
6.
Okay, so at 86,
How about an extra 2?
88. Okay. 88 miles per hour, baby.
You ain't finding Doc. You ain't finding me.
Okay, so I'm gonna go drop the kids off at the playground, and then I'm gonna go back home and work on the car.
We get McDonald's on the way back.
No. Although, hey, Crash, I would like to request borrowing your personal translator. I know that without it, you just scream and terrify everything around you, but if I'm gonna come back, I might need to talk to people.
Yeah, that's fair. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna give Ricky my translator for now.
We have fish fillets at home.
I also want a small Mac.
Small.
Can I get an 8-pounder?
All right. So,
That's actually Ricky's nickname in the clubs.
yeah, you could fly the shuttle closer to the edge of the Badlands, which will make it a little easier to get back to the city. You will want to bring the breath masks, enough for each of you. Each breath mask only gives you so much time, so make sure that you probably have a couple spares in case something happens.
Can we do a retroactive purchase?
Well, it was mentioned that you guys did
we
have
don't need to.
you had some on the ship, and then the Jedi mentioned that you could get more from her. So really, you could have, because she said that she had some for you. Since they are timed ones, she knew their use. So basically, the ship had 8, and she gave you another 12.
Oh, that's
Cool.
awesome.
I had one to
I've
begin
got-
with.
Yeah, and I've got 2 myself.
It will still take a survival check just because of the fact that the dust is still enough that it could obscure your travel, and you could potentially fail depending on how bad your survival is. I don't know offhand, so I will need a survival for the crew going to the city. I assume you're not landing in any of the spaceports, considering that they've
The
had one
Imperials
where
are
you
looking
came
for
from.
us, yeah.
It's like, gee, a VCX 100 escaped us, and here's a VCX 100 shuttle. We're not that stupid. But so
Also,
Travel from everyone.
Repaint
or
the
just
shuttle?
one?
no, one. This is one. One person has to do it. You can aid the person, but this is one person to determine if you can make a good time.
I'm not trained, so I can't aid.
The
I
Wookiee
can't.
probably
gonna-
has great survival.
I'm gonna aid the Wookiee.
I will. I'll stack a coordinate so you get a +1 on that.
all right. Also, cursive. I mean, I don't think it's really going to play a factor in this, but for flavor's sake, the all-temperature cloak I was given in Cloud City. I'm wearing that again to be
Okay.
inconspicuous.
Oh yeah, I imagine like you do like the anime, like pull up over your mask a bit. Just
Yeah. All right. So survival.
yep, yes please. Look
That-
at you go.
Oh, my
No.
goodness.
And here's a favorite for everybody, everyone who's in that group. So not Ricky, but this does include D squared. I need a stealth
Excellent.
From each of us?
from all of you.
Oh shit.
Be stealth.
Okay. Hey, I didn't get us caught by a bunch of stormtroopers in Cloud City where my legs are broken.
You did a good job there. You did.
I have a camouflage poncho. Just want you to know that.
Love that.
Just like the ones in Return of the Jedi.
Oh my god, where'd Miria go?
I don't have a translator. I can't verbally communicate with you guys.
Go ahead and give me a perception yourselves.
Wait, hold on. I know a whole bunch of languages. Do you know, like, a military sign language?
No.
Ooh.
You understand basic, though. It's
I do understand basic. You guys, if you don't speak Sherwood, that's a problem.
Got
Yeah,
it.
Ricky is actually the only person who speaks Sherwook in our party besides the Wookiee.
Hey, Jordy McDroidface does now.
I'm perceiving.
Oh yeah,
never
that's
mind.
right.
Oh,
He has a translator unit, but it's not a great one because it's one that I didn't. It's one of the ones if I had more credits, I would have given him more on. But he has the DC 20. So basically, any language he doesn't know, which is most, it's pretty much not Jawa languages and binary and basic. But he can make a DC 20 check to know for that encounter, which is funny because it means he could forget it later. And I love that so much. Like, did you speak Sherwook?
so he will badly translate what you say.
Into a fight. He always wants a fight.
Truly never change.
See, it's like I never left.
Koala, welcome to the stream.
Welcome, Koala.
God, I love my son.
All right. So this will be fun for any of you that at least know your shit. So
I think there's only 2 of us who don't know
Oh.
our shit.
I just got some bits. What do I get? Multi, thank you for the 100 bits. Hello, my darling.
Monty, welcome.
Star Wars fun.
Yeah.
And here's one for Jordy. So literally all of you spot it. I love that. But it certainly has spotted you. You spot that a good distance behind you by about 150 feet, give or take the crags and valleys that it seems to be ducking through. You seem to be getting stalked by it. Doesn't seem to be a patrol. Doesn't seem to be an Imperial. But it seems to be a rather large eyeless scorpion with 4 large mandibles and seems to have fur where its eyes should be, and then a rather wicked-looking tail. Seems.
Hell no.
Fuck yeah.
This thing is huge size, so it's about 20 feet big. So this thing is rather large, and it seems to be kind of scuttling after you guys. Seems that you've picked up a friend.
How far away from the city?
You guys are still. I mean, you can see the city, but probably about a quarter of a mile.
Oh, so we're probably gonna have to deal with this thing.
Yeah.
You can potentially run. You can give me if you have a relevant knowledge that you feel you might be able to identify it.
I do not.
Ricky's listening to Space Hansen.
Would that be, well, physical science maybe? Or life science?
Life science.
Alright, I'm not trained in that, I'm only trained in physical science.
Okay, life science could potentially identify it. It just wouldn't be easy. You're limited to DC 15 or below.
Well, no, that wouldn't really help.
Nah.
Go for it.
The most that gets you a little bit. I do got to roll randomly because you won't be able to pick. So we'll go with 4. Okay, so you know its offensive abilities. You would recognize that you've seen pictures of that, probably in a book or maybe something that your parents told you about at some point. That's called a blade scorpion, and you're aware that it doesn't actually have poison. Its tail actually has a sort of a. It's an acid that's not strong enough to hurt most humanoids, but it does turn it into a bit of a net. Basically, it tends to lock you down and then start eating you.
Horrifying.
You know what? Noel's not gonna tell the party because that is absolutely horrifying. and they don't need to know. No, no, I'm joking.
We all
It's
see it,
absolutely
but
fair.
oh yeah, you just
This is the bear of scorpions.
Yeah, hey guys, I know what this is. So my dad said if I failed my classes and wasn't a good boy and eat all my food and Brussels sprouts, that this thing would come, shoot a
Wait, so this is your fault! It's coming for you!
No, I don't.
Sir, it's coming for the pilot.
we feed Null to it and run.
He's
What?
radioing Ricky.
Ricky again is just bop 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 ooh bop. Hey.
Space hands.
Space Hanson, baby.
Repairing the ship, jiving. Oh my god.
But you can see that, yes, it moves faster. I don't think anyone moves faster than 8 squares, so this thing would be gaining on you.
I think we should set up and fight. There's no way we're gonna outrun it. We're gonna have to take these few turns as even.
What's
to
the,
be able to set up?
What's the occupying skill for handle animals? Is it survival?
There's actually... I thought there was one.
You Mandalorian piece of shit.
Koala!
Hello, Koala.
Swear to God, if you ride into that city riding a fucking blade scorpion,
Koala,
I'm gonna...
you son of a bitch! I will do things, unspeakable things to you.
Oh, so you're saying that I shouldn't do it, Deckel? Hey, Crix! Koala wants me to send a Revenant at you at this point. He says it's like, it's like a desert, it'd be fitting.
Oh, Crash will fight a revenant all day.
Yeah, literally all day, because you're just like...
Like that'll be one of those conundrums, dude. But so survival is the handle.
Thank you for the
animal
1,000 bits,
skill?
Koala. Unfortunately, no. I could have sworn there was a gather animal, because I know there's some of them that... Let me see.
Oh, congrats on getting the PC working, Multi.
Hey! Did you find out what it was? Actually, can I take one moment to go use the restroom, guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that
both
as
of them.
well.
Berthula, I have to try. All right.
Let's find out what handle animal is while our glorious DM is away.
But you know I gotta try it.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, according to the wiki, handle animal is persuasion or knowledge life sciences.
Persuasion.
Or knowledge life sciences.
Yeah, I don't have that one. Persuasion.
See if you can... Can't you intimidate in place of persuasion checks or something?
If I do an intimidation check, then I have a racial bonus that lets me reroll, but then I have to take the second result. And I do get a bonus because of heavy Beskar to intimidation checks.
And
So.
yeah, and persuasion's lumped into intimidation
Yep.
in this. So you could intimidate this blade scorpion to be your bitch.
How much room do we have on the ship?
Actually, enough to hold a blade scorpion.
Oh, stop! Don't do that.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's true.
hold on. Could the blade scorpion be our mounts?
That's kind
That's
of
what
what
he's
I'm
saying. That's what he's
what
trying
I'm-
to do.
Stormy,
He's
welcome.
He's trying to pull a fucking
I'm
real
trying to
Mando
Mandalorian
move.
this thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to Mandalorian this thing, and it's I don't know if it's gonna be the best opening move, but it's gonna be my opening move. All right.
Look, this is what Mandalorian religion is all about. It's about being an excellent fighter and riding beasts.
See, this would be perfect if I had my backup character, as that's a Dathomiri witch with the memories of a Mandalorian.
Oh my god,
Awesome.
that's a badass character. I was saying, I was thinking for my backup.
the Halloween one from last year.
Oh, nice. I was thinking for a backup character, I might play as an Ognot martial artist, and he's gonna be like the world's greatest bullshido artist. And then like basically he's gonna be really good. He's gonna have all the martial art feats, but then also he's gonna have a whole bunch of like talking feats, but he's not gonna use them to help the group. It's gonna be talking about like fake martial arts and trying to convince people.
You're just
Like, trying to
Space
convince
Steven
people
Seagal.
into, like, he knows what's up. Basically. And then like and
Take
then
true
when
leadership.
and then when combat happens, he also happens to be very good at fighting. Like,
He just pulls out a fucking club and clubs him to death.
Just like
That-
use just use deception and like true leadership, gather a following, and make everybody like think chi is real.
Yeah,
Or watch
exactly.
as they
like,
use my chi to shield this running man from even hurting me.
right. So I punch towards someone, they all fall over like bowling pins. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Have you ever seen those system
Yes, Koala, I know.
that just like stare at
Oh,
their
yeah.
enemies and they
Yeah,
just,
dude,
like,
I
fall
can't.
over?
I can't with that. Yeah, but that's basically what I'm thinking my backup character would be. It would be an Ognot who's just a fake martial artist. Just be a very good fake martial artist. Is Blade Scorpion my band name? It is not, but it could be. Blade Scorpion's a great like 80s hair metal band name.
And it's probably going to be the hottest new band in the galaxy after you start writing one.
Oh shit! I'm gonna get my
Honest to
fur
God.
permed. I'm gonna get my whole Wookiee permed.
Turbo Laser Crit is my band name.
Just a Wookiee with a man like a Beskar eye patch and a fucking Jerry curl.
Dude, somehow I've trimmed it up to where I have a mullet, but like it's just the most perfect perm you've ever seen in your life.
Blade Scorpion
Spraying
sounds like
water on
shady
there.
hair bands.
Oh my god, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I think another really funny character idea I had for a different Star Wars campaign was going to be just a repurposed like standard battle droid from like the Confederation.
Yeah.
Like that would
Just
be it.
Roger,
Like, I
Roger.
don't- yeah, like nothing else about it. Like literally just like he just somehow never got shut off. And he just is a standard battle droid.
He's just been collecting freaking soldier experience.
He's been walking around like no, he's not repurposed. He's not with the Empire. No, still somehow just here.
No, he's a noble.
Fucking droid noble.
You just like took over a planet of like really dumb guys. You were just the smartest person there.
So what you're telling me is the planet of my Ognot's origin is also going to be the planet of my battle droid.
Yes.
Everyone's dumb enough to believe this Ognot's a black belt. So
They,
Oh
they
my
thought
God.
they thought your standard battle droid was General Grievous.
so good. Going back to it, like I can't tell you, like I love watching fake martial arts videos, like me as a person. So like, oh my god, if I made that character, it'd be so funny. 'Cause it'd be a bunch of bullshit. Like we'd be starting comment, like, you see, you don't want to fight me because I'm gonna take my
I'm back.
fingers and I'm gonna jab them into your vagus nerve.
Welcome back.
So, most glorious DM.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, handle animal can be used with persuasion.
That's what I thought it was, because I know that there's a race that gets a benefit to it for persuasion only for dealing with animals.
That's really cool.
We have a Wookiee. That's a Mandalorian.
Well, soon.
After you ride, after literally the moment this beast, you will become a Mandalorian, like by default.
So cursive. I mean, if we're all hunkering down for combat, I would like to ready an action that whenever it gets really close to us, I am going to try to do an intimidate check to make it subservient, or at least like not kill us at first.
I would allow an intimidate to scare it away if you want to handle animal, because there's already a race that, like I said, they get the Wookiee thing that you use, except for persuasion to deal with animals. And if I let you get your intimidate double one, then what does theirs do that's not worse than yours?
That's fair.
So if
Okay.
you want to try to make it subservient, I'll let you do one roll, and then by all means, if otherwise, you can try to scare it away.
Okay, one roll is fair. That's in fact more than fair.
Let's go.
Yeah. You guys stop and kind of ready your guns and turn around and stare at it as it's coming closer.
Well, I'm glad you thought of me, Koala.
Bop,
Also, Koala, thank you for the 50 bits. Or excuse me, Stormy. Koala gave the 1,000. I apologize.
Yes.
Is it time?
It's time.
Just get it closer, and at this point came up.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Even if I added my force point, it's not enough for a dirty 20. I'm not a Mando yet. It's fine.
I mean, keep in mind, this thing doesn't have eyes. It's just following by scent, so it's already going to be fairly hard to...
you're just farting to get it to
Go away.
I mean, I pictured you'd be petting it, but, okay, farting.
No. I mean, I'm trying to pet it for sure.
Is it immediately goes to gnaw on your leg? Just like...
Nom.
Okay, stop that.
Pandora, stop.
Oh no.
All right. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a failure. And it's going to go to initiative.
Initiate.
Crix, since you're basically initiating in this case, it's just a failed one. So, I don't have a map for you so much as it's just kind of theater of the mind. I hope that's all right.
That's all right.
So, do I still roll initiative, but it's assumed I'm going like at the end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, let me double check. We all know how I bitch about the bugs. Maybe there is a map, but...
It's a desert. There's a scorpion. We can figure it out.
Chad, I had to give it a shot. If you see a giant scorpion come across you and you don't,
Oh, dude, I totally would have done it. I
it,
love scorpions. It's...
Fucking dope. The idea alone just got my jollies all rogered.
every time that we come across a giant animal,
Brady?
expect me to initially try and ride it.
Oh, God, the fucking scorpion's rolling like a champ. Dirty McDroid face is like, I'm here.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I didn't have a token selected, so I'll just press the button again so I can go in there. Do.
So, like, without feats or anything, what would be the regular like handle animal roll? Is this still just persuasion? Just okay.
Yeah, it's persuasion. Because, like, it's
Persuasion
the
or
Amarans.
Or knowledge life sciences, according to the conversion chart.
The fox people are literally the ones that get the, they're basically just vulpine and canines mixed. And they are called Amarans. And they get the animal handler trait that's literally just...
That's kind of funny. They're a Marin.
I know, right? I mean, that's why she named herself that. I mean, it's not...
Oh, I didn't know she was using Star Wars.
Oh, no, she didn't use Star Wars. Amara's a name of a trickster fox spirit.
Oh, gotcha.
Amara. So... I had poked fun at her when she first joined because she basically named herself Fox.
Fox.
In a loving manner, because Fox is amazing.
Never have too much Fox, right?
Unless it's the news.
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. All right, so it adds 9. Jeez. Let me just get a scorpion token up for it. I did post a picture of it in Saga Chat for you guys. Just because I typed in Scorpio for the scorpion token. I love that someone said, you know, all that like alpha and sigma and gamma male things that they keep posting as people are identifying themselves as? They said it's just, what is it, horology for men? Can't say the wrong. I'm like, oh my god, it's so perfect.
Yeah, I really wish I had a nat 20 that, because look at that thing. That thing is crazy.
It adds 9, so I think it's going to be before Miria.
Now I'm going to have to go all Obi-Wan on Geonosis on it.
That's fine. It rejected my love.
God, that thing is crazy. Holy shit.
Can you imagine? That's what's riding that thing right now?
It's almost... It's very like you, too. It would have been sick.
Yeah, I would have given his eyes braids.
Okay, it's going first. It leans down with its tail and tries to net you first as otherwise the claws come in. It's gonna try to full attack you.
For me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, that rat bastard.
I mean, you did try to
I
Ride
wanted
it.
to show him love.
And this is how he shows love. He's stupid. It's an int of 2 and a con of 29. He's just like,
Oh my god! Okay.
okay, that is plus 11. This is only against reflexes. He's just trying to net you.
28
Oh.
reflex.
Yeah, so that's not going to get it. It's the same 11, I believe, for the other ones. For the claws, yep, they both get 11, but he has 2 attacks. So, claw.
Bzz.
These ones can go against Fort.
Then yeah, fortitude of 32.
Okay, so I...
Threshold same.
So, of how much did you say?
32.
Oh, he can't pierce it then. Not unless he gets a hit. All right. So it's probably better he's going after you. Miria.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do the whole slicey slice with the rapid strike. Go.
You will trigger for moving up because he is huge and has a reach.
Fair. I will try anyway.
Okay, he'll go with the tail. Ooh, 30.
Okay. I will reaction try to block.
Okay. That's more than a 30.
Also, I'm using Sarisu since it's the only style I can use right now.
I figured. I had a lightsaber noise. I guess I don't. Play it. All right.
So I can take my
So-
attack.
Yes, you can. Doesn't block have something if you... Oh, no, it doesn't. That's a later one. Never mind. Continue on.
Yeah.
Later, you can get blocked. When you block a natural attack, you get to attack them for the pleasure.
And the extra D8.
Still pretty damn good. 29 damage ain't nothing to shy away
Actually,
from.
I didn't put the mod in, so it should be -2 for the rapid strike.
Still hits.
Okay.
And that thresholds him once. No.
Noel's going to activate Born Leader, given I want a +1, and he's going to... You know what? He's going to activate his new talent. Let's try this one. He's going to say, "Alright, Crash, I need you to trust me." And then he's going to instruct him to attack his tail.
Who, me? Okay.
Yep. So basically, the wording on this is I give up my standard action, and an ally gets an extra standard action or movement action on their next turn.
You can beat him up.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, speaking of, it's your turn then.
Okay. Crush is genuinely brokenhearted.
We could have been friends.
I'm sad about this. Alright, 2 standards. That's going to be 2 attacks. So I'm not going to bother going into a rage or anything. Just going to swing the Argarok. So 26 to hit with Born Leader.
Hits.
Yep.
Do I want to force point that? Yes. That's 17, so 20, what would that be? So 17.
You now
22.
gain a +3 on force points spent on attacks.
Oh. So that'd have been a 25, right? Yeah.
25 hits.
That's it for me. It's my whole turn.
56
Is-
damage in one turn, you dirty bastard.
The second-
I still have a swift. I'll attempt it. I'll attempt to draw fire.
Okay.
I'm gonna Wookiee it.
Okay.
I have to take the second one, so it's fine.
All right.
Wookie harder.
Droidy is going to move in.
D2
you did
MF.
threshold. Your second attack did threshold him, so he's down 2. He has a -4 to the attack roll, so it's a +7. Oh, of course he does.
Oh my gosh.
So Droidy
He's-
rolls in, trying to get onto.
champion.
Well, that's the other thing too. Is number one that already is hitting with a natural weapon, so you'd see that electric system in action. 5 automatic damage to his hitter. Like as he goes in, and so he is treated as netted, which so he's entangled and rooted in place, but deals no damage. But that does stop Droidy at 10 feet out. He's like, "Ah, the blackguard! Eat taser!" Because he just fires a taser. And hits him back for the pleasure. Oh my god, but that's gonna trigger. Oh god, the spiders, or the fucking thing's just. So he triggers for doing a range attack in melee. He
It
adds
does have
7.
combat reflexes. Noted.
Yeah, it's very fast. And it has, let's see, well, let me double check. It's dexterity, yeah. It has a lot. Scorpions are skitty little bastards. But, alright. That's gonna hit him still, which is funny, because it's like, oh no, but it would try to use the claw then. Still another 5. Oh. At that point, it'd be better for him to use his fortitude defense and try to threshold it, considering his threshold is massive now. That's a 30. 58 plus 18, so 25. Yeah, he can. He literally can't get through it. So he just kind of grabs onto Droidy, and then Droid just kind of tries to crack it, and Droidy's like, ah! And then fires at the taser. Which he rolled a 17. The taser is 2d8.
Scorpion's now rethinking his life.
It's not going to be doubled. That's not going to be enough to threshold him. So he does shock him a bit, though.
Could have been my mount. Didn't have to be this way.
Yeah, the Scorpion's not having a good night. That's. But
You may want to reconsider your offer.
yeah, their combat 1 is still to go on. So let me double check his will defense. Even with your worst roll, he still seems very enamored with going after you, despite having. Your will defense is a 10.
Oh my god.
It's a Scorpion. It has an int of 2. It's... He's not a smart man.
I'm not a smart man.
The tail? Nope. 16. Claw. We know that he pretty much has to crit. Because even on 18 plus 8, that's going to be 26. And you need to get a 28, I think, for you, and then a 30 for fucking
Fortitude
D2.
at 32, reflex is 28.
I'm just talking the threshold.
Oh, yeah, threshold's also 32.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get through your TR or your
So
threshold.
unless he gets a hit or a crit on you, and then the damage from the crit. So he's pretty boned. He's trying to just carve his claws through the Beskar, and he's just like, it normally works.
I just imagine Crush just looking very defeated about the Scorpion rejecting him still.
I mean, you do see like there's some odd movement on its underbelly, but I'll leave that for probably after. Miria.
Yeah, I mean, while it's distracted, I'm just gonna go ahead and do a battle strike. I'm going to also put rapid strike, and yeah, let's go for that. So use use force first.
And there's 3 of you now pointed around it, I'd imagine, so that would be flanking too.
All right, so that's the maximum. +1 to attack and 3d6 points of damage.
Ow.
Jesus.
I forget, do you have devastating attack?
I
Or
do.
is it just the Yeah, wow. So his DR or his 29 is down to a 19.
No, I only have a -5 to there.
Yeah, but then the lightsaber also reduces it.
Oh, it does. I didn't
Yeah,
read that.
lightsabers ignore.
Sorry. So -1 total on that, so it's a 23.
Okay. Still a hit. It doesn't seem like they're very hard to hit.
All right, and then the D8, and then 3d6.
29. So 40. So that's 2 thresholds. He's already 2 down. So yeah, he drops.
So we're out of initiative.
Yes, you're out of initiative.
You said there's weird stuff going on with his underbelly.
Yeah, there seem to be four spider, or not, I keep saying spider, 4 scorpion hatchlings that are kind of crawling around the underbelly of the thing.
What's okay? All right, I got to be careful about this. Okay. Cursive. As my DM, I have to ask you, how, in your opinion, right? If you were in my shoes, how wise would you find it to be to grab one of these babies and then attempt to raise it as my own?
1, I think that's reasonable. If you went to grab all 4, probably not.
Right.
Is that
I don't want all 4. I just want 1. We can't. There's no way we're fitting 4. I don't want 4 of these things in the ship.
We
Look,
could
you could-
probably fit all 4.
I'm not
You
getting.
probably
all 4.
could, but taking all 4 through the base and you have to go back. You might pick up another friend.
No, I'm all set. 1. Just 1.
I'd say 1. You probably would want to pick up some sort of container, like something, because it's like you could easily just like poke some holes in something. But
Right.
I'd say it wouldn't be a major thing to try to grab one off the underbelly. Probably grab, as ghoulish as it is, it's not unreasonable to realize that most arachnids are perfectly content to eat their young, and the young are perfectly content to eat their sire if they're dead. But
Right.
so you might want to grab some food for it.
What are these things? Can I do like a no? I don't have the life science knowledge.
Yeah, you can still roll. You're limited to a DC 15.
They like to
Oh,
eat
okay.
you. Meat.
Well, right. That's 21. To know exactly what kind of meat, maybe, or like.
Fresh meat, but they are scavengers because it's a Badlands. But if,
Right.
as far as preferences, they would almost always go for living meat over dead. But at the same time, you would know that they're ambush hunters and they are very content to take a dead meal away from a threat.
Okay. One other question: is this thing genuinely? I genuinely am asking: is this thing trainable as a mount? Because I do not want to put
Yeah.
my party at risk at all.
Yeah, you could certainly do that.
Oh,
These
I'm
things
mad
are
at one.
basically actually technically related to Acclays, which was funny that you guys referenced that.
so dope.
They're just a cousin, and they're basically, because Acclays are actually just scorpions that don't have the tail, and then they basically have a longer neck, and so it's just. But they're like literally they give me the Acclay stats. Like yeah, it's basically related to the Acclay. The seeding life came out of a meteor that basically one landed on Geonosis and the other kept going and ended up landing here. I was
Nice.
like, this is an official thing called a blade scorpion, and that's what they are. Like that's the official art for a blade scorpion there.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna nab one, and I guess in the meantime, I mean I'm wearing full Beskar, so I guess I'll kind of just like I don't know how
Just
to
let
really
him crawl
safely
on your
carry one of these
underbelly.
things. No, absolutely not. I'm trying to think of how to word this without hurting him, because you can do a lot of weird things with like stuff without hurting them. Really, I kind of want to like
Yeah, male. Okay, they're all 4 male.
all 4 of them are male.
Yep.
Perfect. I kind of want to grab one by like, I guess his tail, and kind of sling him over my shoulder, almost like a backpack, and just
Hold on
leave
a
him kind of
second.
prostrated.
I have to ask something. Did you just roll to see if they were all male on the off chance that we might try to breed these things?
Yes.
I fucking just adore you so much right
Yeah, I'm gonna prostrate this thing.
That's
like,
how you.
guess just
I didn't
carry it
realize
on
you
my
heard me
shoulder.
mutter the how many are male because it's like I always try to basically like.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer and I live by the dice. Once I roll the dice, I will roll like with that die. I won't basically like, oh, I don't like that roll. I've had too many DMs who did that to me and I hated it, so I basically had resolved to never do that. So if you hear me mutter and then roll, it's me deciding something that I think that should stick to chance.
Yeah.
Because I'll utterly decide something that I think should go for story, but if it's something that's raw chance, I'd prefer to roll.
Hell yeah. But yeah,
The gender of
yeah, I'm
Scorpion.
nabbing one. Absolutely nabbing one.
Yeah. They're not supposed to be terribly familial, and the father is the one that raises after the point, so the others don't really care.
Awesome. I'm gonna kind of pick it up and hold it for a second. Be like, I'm your dad now. Okay, we're going to town.
Picks up what is essentially a humongous scorpion, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
would be the
pretty
size of a
much.
house cat. 'Cause these
Right,
would be
just-
small sized. They're almost as big as Ricky.
Just looks at it in the eyes and just tosses
You
it
ain't-
over his shoulder.
Ricky's gonna like kind of come back and this is saying almost as tall as him, looking with no eyes.
It'll be in a cage.
You just got Ricky a mount. Fucking A.
So, cool.
Cut back to Ricky. Do up, da-da.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna detract from the rest of this. I had to listen, dude. Mando gang. All right, I have to try and get a giant monster.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As you approach the city, you can see that it's behind a large mountain that seems to kind of shield it from some of the planetary dust, as the mountain grows at a bit of or is formed at a bit of a slant over the city. You don't see any signs or anything giving it a name, nor did your indicators give any. But the city is sprawling with 10 to 15-story buildings. They crowd around wide streets, and you can see some public fountains as you begin to move in. Most of the city looks old, constructed of stone and natural caverns, but there are ancient statues of rock and ornate carvings that are decorative, worked into most buildings. Even the roads are paved with the carved stones. More modern constructions can also be seen, mostly watch posts bolted onto buildings or gates that block access onto some streets. Posters, wanted signs, and recruitment flyers for the Empire have been plastered everywhere. There's ugly debris atop the city's otherwise natural charm. Most of the creatures you see are most obviously locals. They must be the Nazran. They do remind you of some of the slaves that you saw. None of them seem to carry weapons, not even something as crude as a knife or a club. Their heads are generally downcast and their shoulders slumped. But whenever one glances at an Imperial poster or flyer, it looks up and a flash of hatred shows in their eyes. Though much less common, there are aliens from dozens of worlds also walking the streets. Most are followed by one or two Nazran carrying heavy bundles of goods. The aliens go by without comment and are diverse enough that you see no reason your own appearance should draw any unwanted attention. But there's also a rather obvious Imperial presence. You see stormtroopers in small groups patrolling openly through the city, and in the distance you can hear the mechanical stomp of military walkers, though nothing as big as an AT-AT would fit in the streets. So, at this point, you can go for a gather information, which would be the easiest option.
Sounds good.
You can also try to talk to the Imperials or slavers if you like, but otherwise use computer if you want to try to slice, but that does require direct access.
Sounds like a droidy McDroidface option.
Noel probably still has the bloody Imperial outfit on.
Oh god. I appreciate you letting me know before we got much further. Alright, bloody Imperial. Probably get a couple of looks from any of the passing stormtroopers that kind of look at you and just... Do you have any matching wounds?
Probably from that crash.
Okay.
I
If they see-
fair.
If they see wounds under the blood, they'll probably be less likely to be like, the fuck? But... In that case, I'm going to roll just one thing here. Okay.
Yeah.
Continuing on.
I explicitly stated that, or sorry, I didn't state that I took it off, so I'm assuming I still have it on. Like, I'm assuming we got, like we crashed.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't
Did
need...
everything and we left.
Miria is asking a stormtrooper who's just like, man, you look kind of like a Jedi. Doesn't even care.
What's a Jedi?
And you just hear him, what's a Jedi? The other stormtroopers look at him, and they just walk off. Alright, so the 28 you rolled, Jesus. So I'm gonna go in the order from lowest to highest, so because you got quite a bit there, Stormy, as you smooze. But you do learn, first of all, that the Empire took control of the city about a year ago and has been shipping Nazran off as slaves ever since. Mostly with Trandoshan slavers, a favorite of your Wookiee. It reveals that any Nazran who resists the Empire is placed in a detainment camp in the center of town. and thus most of their leaders are in that camp. You also learn that many Mazrim are prepared to fight back as soon as they receive a signal from someone by the name of Sartok. He's a Nazran leader recently arrested and thrown into the detainment camp. But from what it sounds like, they don't realize who they have. They think that he's just another regular citizen, not one of the leaders. And then finally, you also find that there is a bounty hunter that has been brought to Nizan, named Vril Vrakath. He has a massive collection of old droids from the Clone Wars, crab droids in particular. From what it's been, most people think that Vrak is hunting Sartok. But they note that he keeps asking about any newcomers, and he seems to have the aid of the Imperials. Many believe that he's hunting a non-Nazran target on the planet. But otherwise, as you're doing this, this one I'm going to put more to Crash. Because we have a couple. As you guys are kind of approaching and Noel is gathering this information, you do see as there's it's like it takes a bit of talking and a couple different people as you basically get a piece, and the person moves on or not wanting to seem like they're talking to anyone as they're worried Imperials might see. But as you're sitting, you do spot and you're keeping a wary eye on the patrols. As the stormtroopers move through and they don't seem to pay you any mind, walking even within arm's reach, and they don't seem to recognize or even really give you guys much of a second glance. But you do spot as there is, 6 heavily armed stormtroopers. Like they seem to be wearing some bulkier armor and some wider pauldrons, as they seem to be actually stacking up 3x3 on a door.
Okay. Can I do a knowledge tag? Oh, I guess it really wouldn't help. I mean, I can see them stacking up, so...
You can see as the first one moves over and seems to be kind of touching, and he goes, and you can see as the door control seems to put an X on it, and then you'd see as he pulls out a slicing kit, but the one on the opposing side of the door just shakes his helmet, and you'd see one behind him as he motions to him as they move forward to kick in the door. You can hear what sounds like a Nazran, which you assume to be female, screaming. It seems like as they're moving in.
Ooh, they're probably taking slave.
Yeah.
Looking to Crash, I guess, and
Crash isn't going to lose his mind about it. I mean, he's aware of what the mission is. Crash is going to watch, though.
So you can hear some screams of a female Nazran as you see as they're dragging her out. You can hear what sounds like the cries of a Nazran child somewhere within the structure, but it seems that the 6 of them are there for the female. They seem to start. She seems to be struggling with the best as she can, and she tries to close the door on them, but there's 6 of them.
Ooh, I'm thinking we should go and inquire what her crimes were.
The Nazran, just for the description of them, they are about the same height as Wookiees. They're very tall, but they're broader at the shoulders than a Wookiee, but narrower at the hip. They have long arms and torsos, but rather short legs. They're hairless with thick skin, a heavy hide, and kind of like leathery look. They're brown to light yellow in color with a natural camouflage for this world. They have no nose. It's flatter than a human head for their head, but they have a very prominent brow ridge that protects their eyes and makes them seem kind of low sunken. And they have a series of small knobs at the back of their head that run down to their spine. They generally wear kind of sleeveless tunics and kind of fastened down with hooks so they don't blow around in the wind.
So these 6 stormtroopers, that was the full squad?
Yep.
They already, like, all 6 of them are dragging this woman away?
They're basically pulling around as the other ones kind of stand by now at this point, as they seem to be kind of calmed down. You can see as they're kind of speaking to her as they start putting her into bindings.
I think I'll walk up there and I'll say halt.
One of the lead ones steps up to you and kind of intercept and just see. Well, first, actually, I guess give me to start a deception to see if you're pulling off the disguise right.
Keep forgetting he's actually in an Imperial officer uniform.
With a 26.
the stance of a heavy stormtrooper, or do they just imply what's a heavy storm? You fucking bastards.
I like to imagine it's like one of the Tatooine sergeants with the orange pauldron.
Yeah, carrying around the big ass fucking LMG.
Right.
It's just
That's what I'm
that made
thinking.
sense because those are supposed to be like command ones, but this one where it's just like oh, there's all of them. Are they all commanding? Aha, we're in charge of all of you.
All of us are in charge of each other. It's a pyramid scheme.
They know. Okay, so he kind of looks back to you and just see, sir, you look injured. Seems like you've gotten.
Yes. So, okay. So I said halt. He's like, "Sir, you look injured." I'll say, "Where are you taking this one?"
Detention.
Detention.
Questioning.
What crimes is she accused of?
Probably get it from one of the other ones that's kind of not directly holding her, but one looks up crimes.
Yes, she must know something. She must be a collaborator. Are these the
Yeah,
crimes?
We believe she knows Sartok.
Okay, so she's a collaborator then. Great. If I find any more collaborators, where do I bring them?
Detention camp. Center
Wonderful.
of town.
Center of town. All right, thank you.
Yeah, to which that they kind of nod, and the one that came up to you gives you a salute, but otherwise moves back as they go to pull her away. You still hear the crying within.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Are they still watching the door, or has the entire squad kind of just absconded?
Yeah, they've just left out.
Okay, so none of them are watching the door anymore?
Nope, it's just
I
hanging
wanna
open.
I want to go inside and approach the child.
Yeah. I'll back you up.
Not in like a menacing fashion.
Yeah, I didn't think you were being menacing.
Approach the child and like kneel down to talk to him.
It's probably an immediate, like, kind of just like fear at first, but as you kneel down, but yeah, you can see as there's a young Nazarene that's just kind of, I mean, they just saw their mom get drug away.
Assuming our ration packs are somewhat comparable to like MREs, I'll find like a whatever passes as like the air quotes dessert and then give it to the kid. Like some kind of sweets or something from our rations.
Yeah, I definitely say that's doable. Probably takes a little bit of coaxing, but I'm not going to make you do a persuasion. Just see. It's clear they're upset as you kind of give them the one they just
Yeah.
kind of hold on to it at first, but
I'll give him a little bit of a hug, and then while I'm giving them a hug, I'll look to Miria and then point at my neck and indicate that I don't have my translator.
Ah, yes. Do
so she
you
probably just kind of hugs against you.
speak basic?
Into which she nods.
Where are they taking your mother?
They take everyone.
Does this happen a lot?
She nods again. I took my friend's parents. My other friend's parents tried to say no, and they're not even in the camp.
You know how many troopers are in town?
She shakes her head no.
Do they allow visitors at the camp?
She kind of like pauses for a moment, then kind of gives like an unknowing shrug.
Sorry. We'll do what we can to try to help your mother. Do you have anyone you can stay with?
She kind of just starts to cry.
Is Droidy in here?
Yeah, he's here.
Can I have Droidy attempt to translate for me?
Yeah, you can do that.
That's what I want to ask. I want to ask this little girl if she knows of any uncles or friends of the family that don't like the troopers.
Well, she says she knows a couple neighbors. But she said all of she has two uncles that were taken. But they, as far as her mom knew, they weren't even in the camp.
But I want to ask if her mom had brought around any strangers or other people that didn't like troopers.
She not. She's like, she probably says not a lot. Barely anyone likes troopers.
Totally fair.
There's a nice. She described him as a man with two faces. That is decently nice, but Mom said I shouldn't talk to him.
Do you know where he is?
She'd say the nicer hotel about 2 blocks that way. She points. Let's see. I guess perception. I guess to kind of decipher what she's describing. Otherwise, she'd describe him as Marks. Oh, look at you. We'll go with Crick. Said you recognize that she's describing a Sulliston. Basically, like they have like the underface.
Oh yeah.
So okay. This is really funny because I'm basically surrogate talking to her through Droidy.
Yeah.
Like my friend said, do you have anyone you can stay with or somewhere safe you can go?
My neighbors, maybe. I know my neighbors. I don't. It sounds like most of her family's already been taken.
Why don't we take her to the hotel? We can rent a room.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Jordy points out he could probably repair the door and we could lock it. If they're not coming back for her, it's unlikely to be an issue.
Are you able to take care of yourself for a while?
She nods.
Okay.
I know how to make ghoul soup. Mom makes it a lot. It's easy, and she kind of runs to the kitchen. But you see their kitchens were well stocked. Doesn't look like she's in risk of starving. If she were to stay in here, she'd probably be all right.
Okay. Give her another hug, give Miria a knowing nod, and then start exiting out the door.
I guess if you want to give Droidy a little bit of time, he could repair the door.
Yeah.
There's something you could take 20 on, since it's something that failure doesn't really apply. Okay. Yeah, as you move away, you can certainly... And if you want, you can try to move to the center area. You try to scout out if you like.
Yeah. You see what's going on?
Are we by chance passing through like a market?
Funny you ask, because the market itself, they don't seem to bear much of a market. You see a couple areas where they're giving out small bits of rations and such like that. But the market itself is what they converted the into the camp.
Oh shit. Okay. I was gonna do like I didn't want to like really pull away from it. I want to get like a small cage for like this for this scorpion.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably doable.
Okay.
Probably will say about 30 credits.
Sounds good. I'll subtract him right now. That's it for me.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, if you'd like, I can give you some descriptors on there, but
Yeah.
let me get to that there. So, the entertainment camp. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask about how long it was going to take Ricky to fix up the ship. Or at least the shields.
The superficial damage on the outside probably would be about an hour, because it was only a couple hit points of actual damage. The shields themselves would take a rebuild. Every check would be able to heal about 2d6 of damage. So average of, that'd be 3.5 per times what? So that was 54 times 5, so 250. minus the hardness, so it turned into 198. Oh, this isn't a calculator. What am I doing? I need a calculator. Sorry, give me a second. And we'll get this for you. 198 divided by 3.5. Ooh. Couple days.
To fix the shields?
Keep in mind, they just got destroyed, man.
Yeah, they took a crit from a Star Destroyer turbo laser. What the fuck?
They took 200 damage. Everything blew out. Like, if I were playing it hardcore, it would take 56 hours. I was saying a couple days to lower the amount. Like, I'm already discounting it, man.
Fucking A. Alright.
I mean, if that was the reactor, that would have been you literally rolling every round to not blow up.
Alright. I'm gonna sit on that. You guys continue.
You can heal a total of 2d6 per hour, and it's at 56.57 hours. That's on average. You could roll high, you could roll low, but...
I'll do the rolls later.
Sounds like
Okay, let me get back to describing the thing here. So, the detainment camp has a 9-meter tall wall around it. There's a single 3-meter wide gate in the middle of the northern wall. You can see 4 12-meter tall towers, one at each corner of the yard. Oh, they finally told me what to use for a heavy trooper. I love it. Oh, okay. You'd recognize, it looks like they're wearing stormtrooper armor that's been colored kind of like the Clone Wars. If you want to give me galactic lore, I can give you some intel on that. Otherwise, it's...
Untrained. Shit.
I mean, it's not the worst one. Keep in mind that you're limited by 15. Stormy, is yours untrained?
Mine is untrained.
I am trained in galactic lore.
Okay, so Stormy actually gets a fair chunk of it. You'd recognize those as, those are basically ARC troopers turned stormtrooper.
Oof.
Clone?
ARC troopers.
Oh.
Really good clones.
Yeah.
But you can see that there are about somewhere around 20 or 30 Nazarene in the yard. Most seem to be huddled together in the center, away from the walls and gate. You can see as they have 2 neck dogs that are patrolling the inside of the yards, but they don't seem to get close to any of the Nazarene. But there are several yards near the... It begins very near the center of town. They have a few guards and low walls, but they seem unlikely to be able to run even if unguarded. But if you were to maybe take a higher glance from a collapsed building, you can see that they're that the neck dogs are cybernetically enhanced. You do see as there seems to be one in particular Nazarene that seems to be moving, and whenever you realize that why the dogs aren't getting any closer, it seems like he keeps moving and kind of staying between the dogs and the people.
God.
You know, this is still just giving me weird vibes about all of these Imperials.
Inside the yard, there are the neck dogs are large quadrupeds, roughly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. They're vaguely canine, but powerfully muscled and covered in a tough brownish hide. And their huge mouths have 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, and their legs each have 3 long claws.
Oh, we got another raid! Hello!
What's up,
Orange
Raider?
one,
Nice.
welcome! Thank you for the raid! That's alright, Kalsaras.
So we're just
Uh-huh.
overlooking this prison now?
Yeah, you're just kind of looking around the area, and if you'd like, you can give me a perception at this point to get... There's a little bit more detail you can get.
Yeah, let's perceive. But yeah, we crashed down on a planet after doing a buzz by a Victory class Star Destroyer, and somehow didn't die after getting crit by a turbo laser. So you know, could be worse.
Correction, we made a D's nuts joke at that particular Star Destroyer. Then
That's true. Then they started shooting at us. Yes.
Understandably so.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly it's a fair response.
All right. So I'm gonna split this between two of you. Miria, you notice that the towers each have a large plate that goes out from under them, that goes out from a good radius both into the yard as well as to the exterior area they seem to be built on. The perception check is all to tell that it doesn't ask for another check to determine what it is, but you recognize that as a gravity plate. Basically, that it might be another reason they're not getting near it, because it's basically in that area. As the dogs pass over, they slow down a little and strain a bit, as it's they probably have them set to high gravity to make it harder to approach. That does mean that you could potentially disable or even alter them if you could get close enough to one to reach it. You could alter it to ways that could be particularly damning, or make the field include the towers. It does give you a potential assault manner. Kresh, you notice one thing, that this place is severely, like the patrols you saw on the exterior in the town are a good distance away. Like you could probably, I mean, if you were quick, with your expertise, you'd wager their response time probably between 4 to 7 minutes.
Oh, so we got a little bit of time.
So if you were to really hit this place, it's like...
Also, thank you for the follow.
So, like, could I possibly do, well, I don't know. I guess it'd probably be a part of that perception. It's more or less getting, like, an idea of, like, the garrison inside the actual, like, camp itself.
Yeah, each tower has two of the seemingly ARC trooper stormtroopers, and then there's 2 total neck dogs that are basically patrolling side by side on the interior. So a total of 10 enemies in there. Also, if you were to assault the exterior, it doesn't seem likely those dogs would assault you or even the interior. It doesn't really make sense unless they're trained to just randomly attack.
Yeah, I'd relay this information, like, to the party. I guess Droidy would, technically.
Yeah. And probably Droidy puts on the comms to make sure Ricky's involved.
Yeah.
Still humming Hanson?
Yep.
See, that was in a galaxy far, far away. Hanson actually found it in an ancient Jedi holocron.
Right.
Talking about Darth Ricky.
I think Kresh hates every part of this, though.
I mean,
Not supposed to be pleasant.
true.
Slavers. Don't see any Trandoshans here, but...
We should get to the hotel.
Yeah, we should see what's going on there. Maybe find that Celestin.
Yeah, that would also be a good place to stop for me for the night.
Yeah, clean up your uniform.
Mhm.
Fuck yeah, I got a baby scorpion. It's the size of a house cat.
Nobody questioned the Wookiee walking around with a scorpion. It's fine.
There's one part as you guys are walking over to the hotel that you spot a ship that seems to be kind of a pillar shaped with 2 large engines. It looks kind of familiar until you guys look up and you'd see, in a bit of realization as it's going to the spaceport, as you recognize the markings. The same ship the Arcanian Dragon was so diligent on guarding even before coming after you, as well as you'd recognize those markings from flying very close to one over Bespin, as it seems to be marked by, like, of the same tree of ones as the slave ship above Bespin.
Yes. Slave
So
ships.
you have found the link. Even before you reach the hotel, it seems that whatever business they're doing, they have loaded up and left by the time you're just walking up on the hotel. And so it seems like they're rather quick on, and you'd see that even more so as you do, you'd see as the cloud cover above the mountain breaks, as you'd see, sure enough, it looks like what you can only assume is the Arcanian dragon is basically doing a skirt by to basically escort it on the way out. You do see as it looks like the V-Wings are flying out around the countryside. Looks like they're not doing a close escort, but they're instead doing what looks like a circling search pattern. Looks like they're probably doing flybys to look for, most likely, you.
Yeah.
What?
Question. We had rescued a ship full of slaves at one point, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
Were any of those from Nizan?
I mean, looking at them, they look like an alien race that you couldn't identify, and they seem too addled to really be able to answer. But looking here, yeah, you're convinced that they're Nazran.
Okay.
Looking at them and looking at what the Nazran that are moving about, they seem to be they look good, like dragging, lifting, heavy lifting. Not quite the fighters that Wookiees are, but Nazran are used in Clone Wars too. Double check. See if I have a picture of one for you. Yeah, I'll put it in Saga chat for you. They're supposed to stand about the same height as a Wookiee.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, I've seen these guys.
Yeah, they're basically strength and con, lose dex and charisma, and then they have resilience where basically if there's ever a point where they are moved down the condition track once per encounter, they can just not stop.
Alright, chat, smash.
Smash your face.
Well,
But in any case, as you go into the hotel, sure enough, it's kind of, I mean, doesn't look like this is terribly busy, but there's quite a few off-world aliens. Most of them seem more well-to-do than anything.
Mhm.
But you'd recognize, I mean, seem to be more Imperial or Imperial favoring ones. Most likely, probably. Which is interesting, given how the Imperials are not usually favoring aliens, but there do seem to be more of them. But there are quite a few humans in here, too.
yeah.
You do spot more of the, what look like Servant Nazran, serving at the beck and call and seem to be making up a lot of the menial staff. I guess whatever you'd like to do to investigate here before we wrap up.
We do a perception to look for. I completely forgot the name of the race right now.
Soliston?
Yeah, I like to do a perception for any Solistons.
I ask for a roll just because he's not down here right now, so it's. But I mean, you could always ask at the front desk for his name. Easy enough.
Yeah.
I could probably ask for the area.
I'll go up to the counter and ask about a room, but then I'll just bring up at some point if they know. Shoot, what was his name?
The name was Marks. Although, yeah, the one running the counter seems to be another alien, but doesn't seem to be a Nazran. They seem to be a Zygerian. Kind of a cat-like one.
Mm-hmm.
But less so like the one than the assassins you met, which were like cat features. These ones are very feline. But otherwise, yeah, he looks at you and just kind of just looks up and just right. Rooms are 120 credits if you want a basic. That includes breakfast. Otherwise, we do have one that's less than basic. They are generally a touch lower quality for 80.
Basic is fine. Actually, can we get 2?
2? Yeah, there's plenty. Both basic?
Yeah.
Very good. He doesn't seem rude, but he seems to the point.
Mm-hmm.
240 then for one night.
Okay, I got that.
You have the option of either coming down if you have breakfast. The servings are at your will. Otherwise, they can be brought to your room but then you only have the one.
Okay.
However, if you do it that way, you can denote the time in case you need to get up here or later. He gives you the checkout time, and then basically just the these two here as he pushes over to. They look like credit sheets until you realize they just have a number on them of basically the codes for your rooms.
Okay.
They'll be active until checkout time. If you want to ask, you're going to have to conversate a little.
Yeah.
Might need to grease her palms a little bit for some anonymity.
Yeah, not usually a bad plan.
Yeah, I'll try and hand over another 100 credits as I ask, do you happen to know a guest named Marks?
Probably first looking, but then looks down to the credits as he kind of moves it by and just as he does take it, just kind of drags it over under his middle finger. Just, I do. He's staying at this hotel. Is there something precise you need about it?
I may wish to have business with him. I just wondered if you knew where or when he is around.
I mean, our rooms aren't secured. I could certainly give you his room number if you wish to go meet him there. Otherwise, I could simply have him paged. We don't exactly have a bar anymore, as he kind of gestures over. And there is a bar, but it's very clear that it's kind of... There's even Imperial stormtroopers standing guard. It looks like they've taken it over as a sort of kind of rec room. Like, it's clearly just Imperials and off-duty stormtroopers.
Gotcha.
Hey, I'm sorry to ask you, do you have a complimentary breakfast?
Yes.
Yes, I had explained that one to her a bit.
Oh, beautiful. I let Ricky know that there's complimentary eggs at the place that we're staying.
Oh yeah, Ricky is like excited. He lets out like an excited little squeal since nobody's watching.
And then just that will be most good. Just the...
If you could just give me the room number, we can make our own arrangements.
He gives you the one. And just simply that, but you didn't hear that from me.
Understood.
Yeah, you can go right up if you like.
Yeah. Unless anyone else has something else to do.
My crush hates everything about this place for obvious reasons, so like just trying to keep his head down.
Okay. So, yeah, going up, you go up to the room in question. Seems to be on one of the... He didn't seem to offer it, but it does seem like, there's a lot with the basic floor, and you can see as it seems like there's a sign pointing to the basement.
Mm-hmm.
But this place only goes up about 8 floors, and it seems like he's pointing you up to about the 6th. And they do seem a bit nicer up here. But as you walk up on here, it looks like they keep it clean, looks like they are a bit fancier. You notice they actually have keys, so it's like it seems like he just gave you a code for his. But for the one that you got. But in any case, get to the room door. However you'd want to proceed, by all means.
We're just gonna walk in on this guy, or are we gonna knock?
I'm gonna scratch my chin and then gesture as if knocking.
Okay.
Yeah, which I imagine this one's just kind of gives a bit of a knock and a little chime as it goes in. As it steps over, the door snaps open and you see a rather kind of orange, kind of rust-colored Twi'lek. Seems to be missing one of his Lekko, and the other seems decently kind of odd scarring over it. As he seems to kind of give a bit of a kind of a slow blink in just the interesting group. What can I do for you?
Indeed, we were expecting to find a Celestin named Marks.
The master is currently resting. Is there something that I can handle for you? You can see that he's not resting. You can literally look past, and you can see that, yeah, this is more than a basic room. It's not exactly a grand suite like at Bespin, but for what this planet has, it probably qualifies. As it seems to be a bit larger, seems like it has like a bedroom first, but you can hear what sounds like probably some sort of vid screen off to the left. You can see what looks like some sort of like sonic bath at the end near a window, while there's clearly a bathroom right near the door, and then a kitchenette to the other side. But you do see as it looks like there's others moving about, as it looks like there's just kind of sitting on a chair in the bedroom, just kind of like staring off against the wall, seems to be another Nazran. But Yeah, this guy seems to be kind of dressed nicer than you'd expect, but probably gives off kind of like a bit of butler vibes, but
Your master has contact with one of the locals that we just saw get arrested and hauled off. I'd like to speak to him about that.
Master Marks does have quite a few contacts among the population. You may need to be a bit more specific if you'd like me to make it clear. First of all, give me a bit of a persuasion roll. This is more of like a impression making.
Sure.
I mean, or if you want, you could always force trick.
Not yet.
My music stopped again. YouTube, stop.
YouTube, why you do this?
Okay.
Your bagels. Yee.
Okay. Yeah, so he just kind of raises an eyebrows and just see. That's what you wish for me to tell him. I imagine it'll be up to him when he'll come over. I won't put words in what he will or will not do.
As you say.
So he motions for you to wait there and actually closes the door. But before a couple minutes pass and he opens the door and motions you in, you hear that the bid screen has been turned off and he seems to be sitting at the far bed. You'd see between it as looks like the other ones have some things here that looks like it belongs probably to the Nalvaran and the Twi'lek, but otherwise, I mean, decently sparse room. So he's making use of his personal space otherwise. But it seems like the two of them are basically sitting waiting there.
Are they armed?
No, not that you can really see. Probably at the same time, it's like, you didn't say that they were so... What are you doing here? As he seems to look over that way and mutters in Celestin, which probably would... I don't know if anyone speaks it, which is probably droidy translating. Assuming he can, but he has a pretty good roll to it. Yes, he'd be translating for you.
Okay. Well, as we told your men here, you were mentioned by the daughter of a woman that we saw get hauled away. The young girl has been left alone, and, well, you're the only contact that we were able to get a name for. You are interested in such a thing.
Becco? They took Becco?
I don't know if we got a name, but I can describe the location.
Yes, you kind of describe it. He would nod. He's like, that was Becco. That means her daughter Ata is all alone right now. Okay. It's terrible that they... What did they want with Becco? What, did she do something?
They merely said that they were taking her because... I think because they thought she knew something about the leaders of the resistance?
I kind of doubt that, but... Alright. Well, if she's all alone, we can certainly take care of that.
Is there a large resistance on this world?
A larger what? Resistance? I don't know if I'd really pin it as that large, no. They have upstarts. Some guy...
Right? To, like, see if he's trying to, like, you know... See if he's actually shooting us straight.
By all means.
Is that perception?
Yeah, perception.
Yes, let's perceive.
Steve.
Droidy! Oh man, Droidy's just sitting here like... Okay.
Stormy's on it right now.
So you guys, like, he seems to be telling you the truth and all that, and you sense that, like, he doesn't seem to be, like, worried about, like, trying to hide anything from you, and doesn't seem to be really hiding for that reason. But Stormy, the most I'll tell you is you're getting kind of just, like, a bad vibe from this guy. Moreover, when you look to the other two that are heroes, they just kind of have, like, this kind of, well, well, more over the Twi'lek. The Twi'lek has this well practiced, but the Nazarene just looks kind of dead inside, and you kind of look over that and you see it a little bit in the Twi'lek as well.
Hmm.
Okay. Is he a slaver? Are they wearing are they wearing shackles or collars or?
You know, I don't ask for another perception. Actually, in your case, treat injury just for this particular one. Crash, you see what looks like it's kind of a puckered sort of scar that you see the scar of it on the Twi'lek that it looks well healed, and then you'd see a rather fresh one on the Nazarene that you'd recognize that's a slave bolt, i.e. the bomb. They both looks like they both have it on the left side of the back neck.
Jesus.
Then you see, and keep in mind, you were told that the mom said don't talk to this guy, and he was acting nice. Doesn't this?
I mean, I noticed that information. I don't think there's really any way for me to like relay that discreetly.
Well,
I don't know. I guess like having droidy translate, like, will you take care of the girl?
Yeah, I can make sure that she's well taken care of. I do believe most of her family's already been taken.
what business did you have with them?
What do you mean?
Well, you knew the mother, obviously.
Yeah, I've been doing my business here in town. I'm a foodstuffs importer, and while the Imperials are well stocked on their own, they don't handle large bulk. So, in charge of rationing and logistics for rationing.
I see. So you're feeding the locals.
Locals here and then locals off-world, yes. Whatever operation they have on Cesar's in.
All right.
Well,
Just looking to Crash. I'm trying to get the vibe of what you want to do.
I mean, I don't trust this guy at all. I suppose.
I mean, you guys do have comms that you could also do on text if you just typed it. You just don't have to pantomime while you're texting in the middle of talking to him. But
Okay, then I'll be like, Twi'lek and Butler have bolts in their neck. We shouldn't trust him. We should go back to our room and regroup.
All right. Thank you for your taking the time to listen. Hopefully you can help the girl out.
of course, try to take care of it before she's left alone for too long.
Yeah, I guess we'll leave the room.
You just probably, as you leave the room and get a good distance, maybe not perfect distance away, just the droidy. I just mentioned D squared. Just the. Do you want me to sock him in the jaw for you, sir?
I mean, I considered it.
Same with this whole fucking town.
But what do we do?
No.
Just go in there and cut him down and...
No, we have to be smart. We should regroup. We should help Ricky with repairs that needed, and then we should get him to the hotel so we can actually make a plan. We're not going to get any useful information out of him if he's already got. If he's with the Imperials, whether it be like a utilitarian or support role or not, he's not going to help us. We shouldn't trust him with any information more than we should.
Right. Should we get that girl out of there before he goes to collect her?
Yes.
Yeah, which if you want, you guys could pick up the girl and take her back to the ship. It sounds like you're going to go and basically finish the repairs before returning to town.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That's awesome. That means it's only going to take a day.
Yeah, you'll have other hands, and you have people who are decent at it. And... Yeah, which for the sake of time, we can hand wave as there's no real major encounters between here and there at this point.
Yeah.
So
I'm just going to go pick up the kids from soccer practice and take them back home for some MacDs.
yeah, the girls rather excited to be on the ship. Probably worried as you're taking away at first, but as you've already grabbed some food and such for her, before as you see as she's eaten and probably bugs Crash to see if he has more of those sweets.
Yeah, I definitely
Where's
do.
my small Mac.
Where's my 8th pounder with cheese? Nah, I'll definitely give her some more, like, sweets, whatever it is I got.
Skittles or something in your rations.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely showed the scorpion to Ricky.
It's like massive compared to him.
Ricky, look at this thing.
I mean, to be fair, I guess the dad was bigger than you were, so I guess it's fair.
Yeah.
Ricky is somehow both bemused and impressed.
Whenever it screws up, I'm gonna write it.
Now Ricky is excited.
I think I'll spend like anytime that we're not, just kind of like passively, anytime that we're not like actively doing something at night, I'm messing with the scorpion, trying to like, I guess, imprint it. I don't know if you can do that with the scorpion.
You're just like cooing at it and feeding it.
Yeah, not really. I don't know what the logistics of imprinting on a scorpion are, but that's what I'm thinking.
We should see if we can get some speeders or something.
Yeah,
I thought you had one.
we left that thing on Fallujah.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, I gotta bounce off.
Yeah, hope you guys had fun tonight.
Yeah, have a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah.
For
It's
sure.
been a great campaign so far, and tonight has been no exception. It's been awesome.
Yeah. We got to almost get blown up.
Speaking of
In my
blowing shit up,
downtime, I've been working on a droid called D3Z NTS.
Love it.
It's like a
Yeah,
BB-8, except there's 2 rolling balls at the bottom.
One floating head between them. Like,
Oh,
It's actually a probe droid that just has 2 hanging grenades below it.
oh my god.
you can make the ID-10T droid.
We already got you, Noel.
Ah, bless.
Dude.
And on that note, I'm signing out for the night.
Good night,
Yes.
buddy.
All right.
Have a good
bye,
night.
everyone.
Yeah, I should probably go ahead and get off right now, too. I gotta wake up at like 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Same. But speaking
Alright.
of next session, expect to play with IEDs. Or me to propose playing with IEDs.
Oh, you,
there's
these-
probably IEDs involved.
My goal next session is to get a speeder so I can leave the minivan at home.
But the minivan is fun.
Wise. Yeah,
Clearly,
but
what
I
you
mean-
need is like an ATST. You just shove that in the back of your ship.
Yeah. It's just, they're gonna be looking for, our shuttle. So it's just like, we should probably find some different methods of travel.
I have one, it's just gonna take a while.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of time. Well, I don't know. Maybe those things might grow really fast. Who knows?
Can you imagine? Come back the next day, it can't fit in the cage.
Yeah, it's like eating the entirety of its mom already. All right, I'm getting off.
Alright, good night, dude.
Nice.
Good night.
Alright, I'm gonna do my sign off real quick.
Alrighty, I will do that as well. Thank you all for coming by and raiding and hanging out. And I'm going to find someone to send you out to.
Sam, I hope you guys had fun tonight. I think I'm gonna forego the raid again. We should be on tomorrow doing something fun, and peering at maybe some new games or something, or maybe doing some VR. Maybe if Goblin's on, could drag him into VR or something, or maybe with Multi if she's around.
Mm.
In
I
any-
love the
oh, I
above.
thought you muted. I
Oh
love the
no,
above.
sorry.
But otherwise, I hope you all have a wonderful night and stay wonderful yourselves. I love seeing you here. And yeah, stay tuned on Twitter for more of that stuff. And also stay tuned. I need to adjust my Twitter because none of these people that I've invited to help me plan things for my debut have come up with any ideas. So I'm probably just going to do it all myself then, which is fine. But debut soon, and I hope to see all of you there. I'll probably be on most likely a Sunday. But I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Ciao.
Good night, Angels chat.
Alright, guys. I'm going to seeing who's on.
Yeah, unbidden links make me nervous, especially when they go to TikTok. Gross.
Alright, I'm going to go to Rangshada. See what they're doing. Alrighty, guys. Thank you all again for stopping by. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Alrighty, guys. Be beautiful. Thank you all again for stopping by.
Dairy paper. Ah, damn it, the radio made it fall off.
Hey! What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
I think this has no sense of gravity.
That's what a coincidence. I didn't have a sense of gravity in the first round either.